Sevgili dostlar, sevgili arkadaşlar, hoş geldiniz. Hepinize hayırlı akşamlar diliyorum. Nasılsınız, iyi misiniz? Umarım keyifler yerindedir. Şimdi kaldığımız yerden sezona devam edeceğiz. Son bir rötuş atayım. Evet. Bugün de yine sezonumuza devam edeceğiz. Bir aksilik çıkmazsa, yaşamazsak. Tatlı tatlı. Brooklyn Nets'le oynayacağız. Dün oynamıştık. Bugün yine devam edeceğiz. Şöyle sohbeti açayım. O sırada da maç şey olsun. Şöyle basalım. Evet.
And a peek into the locker room. Players soaking in the last few moments before the game. Some final preparations here. Greetings from 2K Sports. Welcome to our Wednesday night coverage of the NBA. This is Brian Anderson, Coach Stan Van Gundy,
Ona ikilik bir serimiz var. Gayet güzel gidiyoruz.
And Ali LaForce reporting from the sidelines. Now that we're into November, let's see how the Eastern Conference standings are shaken out. You look at Boston, and they've got the top spot in the conference, a testament to their hard work all year long. And of course Brooklyn, they're just 4 spots down from
Evet,
them.
Brooklyn. Biz ikinci sıradayız. Bir üstümüzde Cleveland var. Evet, önceki maçlarda Jayson Tatum geri döndü. Çok mutluyuz onu gördüğümüz için.
This is a well-run, well-coached organization. They have a strong culture. They're going to be a tough out for anyone.
Looking at the starting 5 for Boston.
Hadi bakalım, günün ilk maçıyla başlayalım.
With White at the 2, and it's Brown in at the 3, the small forward. And for Brooklyn, Johnson and Claxton patrol the middle. D'Angelo Russell is out there with Cameron Thomas, and it's Williams in at the small forward position. It's stolen by Johnson. Thomas finds Russell.
Öf. Ben de buna izin vermem. Ben de bu topa izin vermem. Monoton'a hoş geldin. Aleykümselam kardeşim. Ne yapıyorsun, iyisin?
Thomas against White. And close to a quarter of the way into the season now, Grant. How aware are the players of where they are in the season?
You know, BA, you generally are aware of where you are in the year, but you rarely see guys counting games played or anything like that.
And the call will be against Jayson Tatum. That's his first foul of the game.
And that's 2 awful trips in a row resulting in turnovers.
Brooklyn with the ball. Let's go now to the sideline and
savunmaya
catch up with
çaldı
Ali LaForce.
Well, I had a chance to talk with head coach Jordi Fernandez. We discussed just how difficult Jayson Tatum is to guard and
45
what he
saniye
wants his
sonra
team to do
maçtaki
against
ilk
him.
sayı
And coach
geliyor.
told me he's a very talented and polished player. I told our guys to stay in front of him, don't fall for the pump fakes, play smart and under control.
Güzel.
It's easier said than done, but we'll see if they're up to the task. Guys, back to you.
And Allie, thanks.
Nasıl buldun Cyberpunk'ı?
Here's Williams. That shot's good. Russell making a
Valla
play.
su gibi tüketmişsin o zaman Cyber'ı ya.
Where was the defense
Ama bir
on that
başka
play?
muhteşem oyuna geçmişsin. Ghost of Tsushima gerçekten oynayabileceğin en böyle
Now here's Brown.
hikayesiyle,
Take a look at his
görseliyle
numbers,
büyüleyen
averaging about 11 a game.
muazzam
Stolen by
oyunlardan bir
Russell.
tanesi.
And pushing it up the floor. Here comes Brooklyn. And he drops in the layup off the
Yani
glass.
verdiği keyif
Look how
olsun, görsel
Russell
şölen
uses his
olsun, hikayesi
momentum on
olsun.
the drive, getting him
Çok
past the
başka bir
contact
seviye.
into a finish.
You know, Grant, with the Nets, there was so much optimism just a few years back.
And it was just too bad to see things go south. It's a reminder that nothing is as easy as it seems in the NBA. Even with a superstar roster, things don't always work out.
Thomas misses.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
Here's Tatum. And finished off by Tatum.
Yeah, a lot of strength and power in that Tatum slam.
Russell to pass to Williams. Here in the first, just under 2.5 minutes played so far. To the paint. Here's Claxton. And Claxton throws it down.
Come on, B.A. He sure can rise.
Graham, that's as good as it gets. One of the best in the league. White looking it over. The three is up. Sends it home from
Güçlükle
three-point land.
yakaladık.
Easy look when the defender isn't fighting over the screen.
Yeah, it's certainly worth it to disrupt the offense. Coaches notice that extra effort.
Melton, he's checked in for Williams. And a chance to see the latest edition of the power rankings. Always fun to see where everyone in the league
Şu an
stands.
yükselen bir
You look at the
ivmemiz var.
Hawks, they're building some momentum right now and aiming for a spot in the top 5.
Seeing where the Celtics are,
Bakalım,
their
umarım
start
böyle
hasn't
devam
been
eder
as good
gittiği
as
yere
everyone would have hoped, but they're still in the mix and a viable threat to win the championship.
Now here's Russell. His offense has been solid, scoring around 11.5 points a game. Thomas against Brown. Claxton a screen on Brown. Down low. And Claxton throws it down.
İkili oyunda
Tossing a
bizi
pass to the interior. That's what you want to do. Get into the paint.
Holiday passes to Brown. Outside Holiday. And here's Brown. Pass to White. Porzingis with a screen on Melton. 5 on the clock. Late clock. The Celtics got to hurry here. White for 3. And he can't connect. He's 1 for 3 in this game. Nets leading by 3. Outside Russell. Claxton a screen on Holiday. Inside. And fouled as he went up to dunk. Good aggressive move. He'll shoot a pair. Kristaps Porzingis picks one up.
Nice job to go at the rack and force the foul.
And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for Brooklyn.
Well, the way they've been attacking inside is phenomenal. Consistently getting high percentage looks, and that's what great offenses are all about.
Another thing they're doing well early on is moving the ball, playing selfless basketball, and getting everybody involved on the offensive end.
Williams is checked in for Brooklyn. Johnson comes in for Russell.
Top
And that's out of
onlardan
bounds.
çıktı.
Boston will retain possession. Brooklyn making a switch here. Sharks checked in. Here's Brown. Here's Hauser. Three-pointer. Knocks down the long J.
Erken bıraktım
Don't
ama
want to let him get into a rhythm from out
attı.
there.
Pass to Williams. Fires from 14. And it's good as he snugs it right through the net. Williams has gotten his second bucket of the game. Celtics trail by 3. Here's Pritchard. Here's Cornette. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws. It's going to be on
Basketbol olmadı ama olsun.
Wily old vet Horford drawing contact around the rim.
Coach closing in on 2 decades in the league. Al Horford continues to put in the work.
Well, Brian, that's what it takes to make sure your body is able to compete against players half your age. He's never shied away from doing all the little things.
Watford's checked in for Johnson. Now here's Johnson. Tight defense on him.
Güzel girdi içeri.
That was nasty. A two-hand mega slam.
Man, I don't think anyone was going to stop him there. 3-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Tatum. And that one makes him 2 for 2. He's in his rhythm.
Yeah, the closer Tatum gets, the easier it is for him. His touch is just so good.
Now here's Melton. He's scoreless. Three seconds left.
Top orada kaldı. Olaya bak.
Misses at the buzzer. Both teams have it going here early and still close through the first quarter. Brooklyn out.
Evet, 15-13 ilk çeyreği kapattık.
And some good action in the books as we get back to a game that's been pretty close so far here. And looking at what we've seen from the Nets, what do you think, guys?
Oh, what a first quarter. You love their willingness to make the extra pass.
Yeah, it's the kind of offense every coach loves to see. Selfless and smart.
Trendon Watford is out there with Williams. Then there's DeAnthony Melton. Then there's Johnson. And it's Sharp in at the center, locking down the middle. So that's the Nets 5. Tatum showing off the strength.
Yes.
Yeah, there's that added strength of Tatum really helping him down low.
Melton, right side. Pass to Williams. Clock at 6.
Wow!
Benden hızlı
He got fancy with
hareket
that
etti ya.
finish.
He may be trying to provide the
Ben
spark
yavaş
they need
kaldım
to break
yanında.
this one open. On the AT&T 5G Slam Cam, good looks by our terrific camera crew. Here's Tatum. He takes it in.
Al bakalım, bu da
Finished
benden
off by
gelsin.
Tatum.
Well, Tatum has some length on him. Gets down that lane in a hurry.
And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
Brian, last season, Jayson Tatum surpassed 10,000 career points. He said, it sounds crazy. I always think about when I was a kid growing up with my mom and saying I wanted to be in the NBA. I may have thought I would be one of the best players, but to actually do it is a surreal feeling. Brian, he's being honest.
Yeah, dreams do come true, Allie. Thank you.
Çok
Gets the
iyi,
3 ball
çok
to go.
iyi.
Well, Grant, with all the parity and
Evet.
competition in the league today, there's still those teams piling up
20-19 bir
losses.
sayıyla öne geçtik
and
ve
with
hemen
teams
mola
like the
geldi.
Thunder excelling, it's almost
Brooklyn'da.
like youth is no longer an excuse, but some rebuilds take longer than others.
Martin, he's checked in for Brooklyn. Kristaps Porzingis, he's checked in for Boston. Drew Holiday comes in for Horford. And so it's Johnson with it. He brings it up for the Nets. They trail by 1. Pass to Melton. And so it's going to be a 3-second violation there on the defense.
Ya
All right, guys, some stats here. The scoring breakdown for the Celtics.
Well, the coaching staff
Defansif
game plan
3
is
saniye
very
oldu.
clear. Move
Boyalı
the ball
alanda
on
3
the
saniye
perimeter
kaldı
and
Porzingis.
shoot the shots with no hesitation.
Well, I've also really loved watching them connect from the in-between area. I mean, they're finding ways to do damage consistently from there.
Nick Claxton, he's checked in for Brooklyn. Thomas comes in for Martin. Thomas, that's good.
Well, when you have a scorer as skilled as he is, you do everything you can to get him the looks he needs.
Well, you look at Cam Thomas, Grant. Do you think he has the potential to be a star in this league?
Well, you know, it's tough to say, B.A. He has a lot of talent, especially as a scorer. I think he has to keep evolving other parts of his game if he wants to become a full-fledged star.
And it's Tatum missing.
I think he got the shot he wanted inside, but somewhere on the play, he just lost focus.
Johnson with a
Lan
bucket.
Porzingis
There's
nasıl
a touch
devrildi?
of artistry to the floater. Takes feel as much as skill.
Celtics trail by 4. Tatum on the drive. Pass to Pritchard. Tatum, a screen on Melton. Here's Pritchard. No good on the triple. The Nets have gone a terrific 4 of 5 here in the second quarter. Here's Thomas. Yes, it's good. Now it's a
Evet, bu sefer de bizden mola geldi. 6 saniye çıkınca fark.
And Joe Mazzulla calls time out here. A moment to rest and confer on the game plan.
Sohbeti yeni.
Brooklyn making some changes. Johnson, he's checked in for Watford. Williams comes in for Johnson. And Russell is subbed in for Melton.
Hadi bakalım.
3 minutes of action thus far in the second. Pass to Holiday.
Second quarter.
And he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for 2. It's going to be on Cameron Johnson.
The thing everyone expects from Holiday is elite defense, but you see his IQ on display all over the floor. He's constantly making smart decisions on or off the ball. I'm sure they don't want to send him to the line. That has to be in their scouting report.
Here's Russell. Blocked.
Oy.
And that's out of bounds.
Çok
Last
fena
touch
bir
by
blok.
White. Just a superb read on defense to come up with the block.
Gerçekten
What a play. I mean,
çok
that'll
fena
have
bir
the
blok.
offense thinking twice about taking shots in his presence.
And a little under 3.5 minutes elapsed here in the second quarter. Brown downhill. Tries the spin move. And Porzingis gets it to go on the assist from Brown. Porzingis has gotten his first bucket of the night. Pass to Claxton. Now Thomas from outside the arc.
Lan
And they'll get another chance.
abi ne yapıyorsunuz
Williams
ya?
finds Russell. Outside, Williams. Just 5 on the clock. Claxton a screen on Porzingis. Williams from long range. Offensive rebound.
Ya abi.
And Claxton throws it down.
NBA,
Rebound alın ama
takes
ya.
his rebounding so serious.
This dude is such a grinder. His teammates appreciate the effort. Just goes all out on the glass.
Well, he gets paid to be a factor on the glass. That's a nice dunk to finish it off. Well, that's probably not the shot they were looking for, but hey, when it goes in, everybody's happy.
Russell to pass to Thomas. Claxton a screen on White. And the call will be against Derek White. That's his first foul. Boston making a switch here. Cornette's checked in.
Checking in for the Celtics. Number 40, Luke Cornette.
There's 38 seconds left to play in the second quarter. Williams passes to Russell. 6 to shoot. He drops it from range. Russell's got 5.
A volume three-point shooter. The coaching staff encourages Russell to fire away.
Brown drives in. Here's the floater.
Çok
and they're going
iyi,
to count that
çok
bucket,
iyi.
and they'll send him to the line.
Basketbol.
It could be a three-point play.
First personal foul.
And this is his first trip to the line tonight. And the free throw, no good.
A talented scorer and versatile defender. The athletic Brown is a vital piece for this team.
The line.
Man, the defender really went after him.
Line with
Brooklyn
two
shooting their 4th and 5th shots at the foul line in this game. He's perfect from the line this time. And so it's Holiday who brings up the ball for Boston. They're a team with momentum in the midst of an 8-game winning streak.
Well, I think they've found something. I like how they're executing. They're playing with a lot of energy. We'll see if they can keep it going.
White for 3. That one doesn't drop. And a pretty tightly contested game here as we end the first half.
İlk yarı
That's out in front,
33-28
big lead
Brooklyn'in
by 5. And don't go away. After the
liderliğiyle
break, we'll
gidiyor.
see you right back here for the start of quarter number 3.
Please direct your attention to second quarter. And get ready for the fan half-court shot drum. They're thinking about the shot.
Ah be. Vallahi bir an girecek zannettim. Kimse atamadı daha. Her maçta birileri deniyor.
It may be early.
You know, I think for Brooklyn, they're finding out anyone can win on any night. That said,
Bakalım bu maçı kim alacak? Brooklyn alırsa galibiyeti 8'e çıkaracak.
And looking back at the first half of this game, it's likely we'll see some adjustments for the Boston
Biz
Celtics.
alırsak 11 olacağız. 11'e 2.
That's it for us.
And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. Brooklyn leading by 5. Kicking off the second half, here's Joe Mazzulla's 5. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. And it's Brown in at the small forward. Boston has gotten 3 of their 7 threes to find the net in this matchup. Porzingis sets a screen. White for 3. Three-pointer goes up. Three-pointer goes down for White.
Rock solid screen right there. The defender got completely lost.
Yeah, you've got to lock and trail hard. You can't allow him a clean look from that.
Outside Johnson. Pulls up. And it's good. Off the back of the rim and in.
Orada fake'i yedim ya. Erken zıpladım.
And this is exactly how Russell does solid assist numbers. I mean, just great delivery on that play.
On the wing, Tatum, covered by Johnson. Oh, he muscles
Çok
it in
güzel
through the
basketbol.
contact. They call the foul, and he's on his way to the line. Stan, you're the son of a coach. Your dad was a great coach at the collegiate level. What was the best advice you ever received from him?
Well, Brian, the one that has always stuck with me is he told me in my first season, if you think you've got all the answers, it's only because you don't know all the questions. And I think that's true in everything, not just basketball.
Boston has gone 4 of 8 from 3, a nice percentage.
Hop,
It's Tatum,
içeri
work
süzüldük.
it inside.
3 straight buckets to start the half. This is how they wanted to come out
Hızlı
and
bir hücum.
execute.
Outside, Williams. Pass to Thomas. And the dunk to finish it off. A beauty.
Oh my!
Evet,
That's
bizden
what we
gelmiş
had.
mola.
Breakaway rim.
İkinci molamız.
He risked pulling the
37-35.
whole thing down to the floor right there. And Joe Mazzulla has called timeout. He's going to talk
Yani
it over
skor
with his
olarak
guys.
yakın ilerliyoruz.
And here's a look at
Bir
some
onlar
numbers
bir biz
for
bakalım.
Cam Johnson.
And over the last 5 games, his field goal percentage has increased.
Öne geçip koparabileceğiz bir maçı yoksa Brooklyn bizim
Third
galibiyet
quarter
serisini
basketball. We're about a minute and a
noktalayacak
half
mı?
in. Here's Tatum. Johnson with the
Yapma
defensive
be.
effort.
You gotta love how they've been crashing the boards, fighting hard for every miss.
Right at the free throw line. Thomas misses.
Yeah, you expect him to make those. Good look. Just couldn't find the mark.
Brown. Wow, gutsy finish inside by Brown.
Herkes
their
birbirine
defense
attı
is
orada
starting to
topu
wear
ama
down. That's 3
heyecandan.
straight buckets at the rim.
The Nets have gone 2 of 5 in this third quarter. And
Aha,
stolen
top
by
kaybı.
Holiday. Pass to Tatum for the lead. That one
Çok
falls.
güzel.
Nice feed that time from Holiday. Holiday's got 3
Top
assists in the game.
kaybını sayıya
They
dönüştürdü.
have no answer defensively inside.
Outside Johnson. Thomas against White. It's Thomas on the wing. Give him 8 points now. 4 on the clock. Shoots over White. Brooklyn, no good that time either. The Celtics have got 5 of 6 shots to fall so far in the third. Porzingis sets a screen, takes the 3, and White hits from
Çok
deep.
güzel.
And now it's a 5-point Boston lead.
Brooklyn'den bir mola geliyor. Çünkü fark 5 sayı oldu bir anda. Top kaybettiler. Üzerine bir de 5 sayı
And
yediler.
Jordi Fernandez calls timeout, and we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust. Johnson, he's checked in for Brooklyn. Melton comes in for Russell. The Celtics also with a sub. Pritchard's checked in. Outside Johnson. Back to Melton. Outside Williams. Shoots over Brown. Williams misses. Celtics lead by 5. No question, this offense has some firepower.
And they're looking very confident in all that they're doing right now.
Holiday passes to Pritchard. On the wing, Tatum. Pass to Holiday. Shoots over Johnson. Shot is good. Off the back rim and in.
And they're playing rock-solid basketball right now. Really starting to see that lead grow.
Well, that third quarter is when you want to increase your lead. Really building it up before that final quarter.
All right.
Here's Williams. Hey, now 5 for 8. Shooting a pretty good percentage right now. 1:10 left to play in the third. Claxton against Brown. Tatum from long range.
Güzel. Boşta bıraktılar ve Jayson Tatum üçlü
Tatum's got
yolladı.
9 points now in the second half. Melton passes to Johnson. Back to Melton. There's 45 seconds left in the third quarter. And counted from 12 feet.
Come on. There was very little resistance inside there from the defense. They have to be better.
Williams against Brown. Pass to Tatum. Rebounded by Johnson. Johnson's got his 4th rebound in this one. Williams on the wing, defended by Brown. Here's Melton. Tatum pulls it in.
Not really what we expected. You know he wants that one back.
Here's Pritchard. It'll count. No good. Would have counted had it gone.
Olmadı.
And so it's Boston.
Evet, 6 sayı önde giriyoruz son çeyreğe.
And it's all due
Bakalım
to their
neler
ability
olacak.
to own the paint. They've been dominant down
Bu
low.
çeyrek biraz
We'll
daha
be right
bizim
back with you shortly.
üstünlüğümüzde geçti. Onlar top
And
kaybı
it's time
yaptılar,
now to bring you our
pozisyon
State Farm
bulamadılar falan.
assist to the game.
You know, I'm kind of stoked that this was a choice because I love this pass.
Maçın
A
asisti de
remarkable
buydu.
find. He put his court vision
Top
on
kaybından sonra
display.
hızlı bir hücum.
Yeah, he puts that pass right on the money and made things look easy for his teammates.
We've reached the fourth quarter
Ya
in
bu
what
değil
has
ya
been a
oğlum.
very competitive game. Should be an exciting finish. They've got Trendon Watford. Johnson is out there with Anthony Melton. Then there's Sharp, and it's Martin in at the 3. So that's the lineup for Brooklyn. And Tatum's got the ball here for
Hatlar
Boston.
karıştı.
They lead by 4. They'll be hosting Toronto for their next one. That'll be the first of 2 games on their home court. Here's Pritchard. And Watford pulls it down.
We all know he's a good shooter, but from that distance, I don't think so.
Yeah, it seems like everybody's jacking him up from way out there these days. You want guys to stay within themselves.
Boston leading by 4. Here's Tatum. Deflected.
Ah be.
A little over a minute of the fourth quarter gone now. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line. And a chance to catch up on some numbers here. The scoring breakdown for the Celtics.
Well, they've been hitting threes at a high clip, and the defense hasn't done enough to challenge them at the line. They need to close out and run them off the 3.
Well, another thing they did well was taking advantage of the holes in the defense. Very aggressive in exploiting the lack of concentration.
Boston making a switch here. Holiday is checked in.
Abi atsana şunları ya.
And that shooting has been excellent so far, around 56%. Here's Martin. And it's all tied up.
Evet,
They're
bir
just getting
anda
pushed around inside.
eşitlendi.
And we've made our way
Sayı
through
bulamadı.
just over a minute and a half of this fourth quarter. Pritchard, the pass to Holiday. Pass to Horford. Here's Hauser. Yes, great play by Horford to set him up.
Bu üçlük
And the
güzel oldu.
Celtics lead by 3.
and the defense is really allowing them too much room on the perimeter.
And the timeout called here by Jordi Fernandez. He is not messing around, calling them into the huddle. So Brooklyn ends up going with a new group. Boston making a switch here.
3
All right,
dakika
let's
var
get a
maçın
report from
bitimine.
Ali.
Well, over the break, I listened in on Jordi Fernandez's huddle. He pleaded with his guys to keep their emotions in check, saying, "You're battling right now. Continue to play smart. Don't try to be a hero out there. Play for one another." Guys, let's see what happens.
Thanks for that, Ali. Pass to Claxton. Good on the shot.
Well, if you came here looking for a scoring battle, I think you made the right choice.
Yeah, and how great have these offenses been for these teams tonight? Just fantastic execution.
Outside White. Fires the three. The rebound by the Nets.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
Oh, and Johnson
Evet.
slams it in.
51-50.
Oh, what ferocity on the throwdown. I just love when he goes up with purpose.
Where was the D right there? The effort lacking big time.
And with the
Yapma
score as
ya.
close
Oğlum
as
nasıl
it is,
çıktın?
These are the opportunities you
Allah
truly
Allah.
can't allow.
The Nets with a lead. Wow, potent offense. It's been fun to watch.
Just aggressive and effective. Taking it right
Çok
to the
iyi.
defense.
Çok iyi.
Huge bucket by
Drew
Holiday.
Holiday.
There. His team really needed that one.
The Nets have gotten 4 of 5 attempts to fall so far in the fourth. Pass to Claxton. A minute 50 left to play in the fourth quarter of this one. Johnson finds Claxton. Just 5 to shoot. The Nets need to get off a shot here. Williams
Olmadı.
misses. Boston has gone 7 of 13 from downtown so far in this game. Holiday passes to White. Jacks up a 3.
Hadi. Ya.
Rebound Brooklyn. Johnson's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Here's Thomas.
Yapma be.
Brooklyn, no good
Çok
that time
iyi.
either.
Çok iyi.
Won't see him miss that one too many times.
Yeah, it was a great look. Sometimes they don't fall.
Çok iyi.
You just got to keep taking great shots.
They are
Bir
unconscious
dakika
from
kala.
outside. And so far, the defense has had no answer.
Look, when the three is falling like this, there's not a whole lot you can do defensively.
Thomas.
Yapma ya, basketbol.
He is on his way to the line. He'll try to make it a 3-point play.
Maça bak, çekişmeli gidiyor yani.
And that one misses.
Kaçtı?
Holiday against Russell. Outside Porzingis. Tatum feeling it out a bit. Kick out to Brown. Tatum passes to Holiday. Williams against White. Three-pointer. Brooklyn pulls it in. And the timeout called here by Jordi Fernandez. There is a lot on the line, and he is determined to make sure everyone's on the same page. What's the best strategy for him?
More
Artık
than enough time to get a bucket.
son saniyeler.
But they might have to draw up something that the defense isn't expecting.
Boy, this offense has been dynamic and diversified.
Just everyone sharing the ball
Out of
and
sight.
sharing the load makes you difficult to defend.
And it's going to be out of bounds. The Nets will retain possession. Pass to Williams.
Ya oğlum,
Uncovered. Missed it.
kaçtı,
And they
kaçtı,
foul
çok iyi, çok
intentionally.
iyi.
Now they're going to have to do that again. They're not in the penalty just yet.
Yeah, and that was a smart move. I mean, you have to foul right there. You just don't want them to run out the clock.
And that's an intentional foul.
10 saniye var.
Oh, he doesn't hit the first. That was the one they really wanted. He's got one more, though. And the second of 2 is good. And that makes it a 3-point lead.
fark
And the
var
timeout
aramızda.
called here by Jordi Fernandez.
Onlar da
Great
muhtemelen
time to
onu
call this
deneyecek
guy's
çünkü
in
10
the
saniye
huddle
var.
At a very tense moment in this game. given the situation here, what sort of strategy needs to be top of mind?
Tricky situation here. They need some kind of bucket to stay alive.
Ya oha ya.
And they know it. We'll see if they go for the tie or try and get a quick one.
And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. And coach didn't want to take any chances in this situation, which is why he called the TO. Here's Tatum.
Çok güzel. Çok güzel.
And he was dominant in their last outing. And the same thing here tonight. He is in a terrific groove right now.
Yeah, for sure. He is just oozing confidence. Thinks every shot is going in. They should just keep running sets for him.
And so it's Boston who scrapes by with the win.
Yeniyoruz ama
This was an
nasıl bir
emotional win
yenmek.
for them. No doubt about it.
Çekişmeli bir
Just a fantastic
maçtı.
accomplishment.
Güzeldi
how
vallahi.
they just diffuse the
Allie, thank you as always. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now.
Evet. Onlar da çok kaçırdı. Biz de hatalar yaptık. Şimdi Toronto Raptors. Hadi bakalım. Günün ikinci maçı.
The Celtics take. It's Saturday night and live on 2K Sports. We've got the excitement of the NBA. Here we are in November, and let's see how things are going out east in the early season. You look at the Celtics. They've got the #1 record in the
Brooklyn galibiyetiyle birinciliğe geçmişiz.
Their competition is going to bring it right at them. And of course the Raptors.
2 mağlubiyetimiz var hala. 11 galibiyet. Şu an rüzgar bizden yana. Öyle devam etmesini umuyoruz bakalım.
On the other side, how much are you looking at that team and saying we're scared of that? So not a lot of fear from the opposition and what they're bringing to the table. They're good, they compete, but do they have that extra gear? I'm not sure.
Here are the 5 for the Raptors. Barnes and Pirtle make up the inside pair. Emmanuel quickly out there with Dick, and it's Ingram in at the 3, the small forward. And for the Celtics, the post pair, Tatum and Porzingis.
Çok güzel.
White in at shooting guard with Brown playing small forward. And it's Holiday in at the point guard. Quickly against Holiday. Offensive rebound. And it's quickly missing.
Yine boş bir hücum.
And so it's Porzingis. He'll bring it up for the Celtics. Win after win, these guys now have 9 straight.
Watching this team operate at this elite level, firing on all cylinders, the way they're going right now, this winning streak could go on for some time.
White against Quickly. Pass to Dick. Back to Quickly. Some nice ball movement here by the Raptors. Here's Pirtle, and the dunk by Pirtle.
I mean, for Pirtle, the rim is right there. He just hops up to put it down.
And the defense of this Raptors team, Greg, they are built to switch.
And it's no accident with their roster construction. They like having wings that can guard all 5 positions. It makes defending a much easier prospect.
Quickly kicks to Pirtle. From 13, Dick can't get it to go.
Nobody getting a hand in his face in that painted area. That's a miss he's going to be disappointed with.
Pirtle with the steal.
Olaya bak.
Stolen by White. Fouled in
Çok
the
güzel.
shooting. Gets the bucket anyway, so a 3-point play chance for him.
Porzingis topu kaybetti. Üstüne onlar da topu kaybetti. Sonra şöyle bir basketbol.
The Celtics shooting their first free throw of the game right now. That free throw good from Porzingis.
Şimdi mola gelecek
onlardan zaten.
It can be a major factor. Being able to feel the needs of a team, that's what it's all about. A shot here, a block there, structural players, critical.
And here's Ingram from the arc, and the Raptors miss again.
Really just struggling here in the first few minutes. 5 attempts.
Evet, bu sayı da geldi.
I love seeing him trying to electrify the crowd.
And the timeout called by Darko Rajakovic. He wants to talk to his guy. Chance now to check out the NBA's most efficient scorers. Second, Jaylen Brown.
And just so reliable offensively. It's one thing to find good looks, but you've got to finish when you get them, and he does at a fantastic rate.
Quickly the pass to Ingram. And, yep, finally drops after rolling around the rim.
Well, we know Quickly can score, but there he shows off his passing ability.
There aren't too many players with a skill set as diverse as Brandon Ingram.
Yes, Kevin.
İçeri girdik, usulca bıraktık.
That Brandon Ingram possesses, that comes with a lot of hard work. But this guy can score over smaller defenders. He's creative enough to draw contact against bigger guys and use that quickness. He's always been a scorer, but his playmaking ability over the past couple seasons, that's something that's growing and is giving them a chance to be very competitive.
Outside Tatum. And Pirtle sends it back.
Pirtle, a very skilled defender, using that size and length to send that one back.
White, good.
Oh, this is the kind of start they were hoping for.
And so quickly we'll bring it up for the Toronto Raptors. 8-point game. First chance of the season for them to go up against this Celtics team. Shoots from the baseline. Barnes can't get it to go.
He's going to be shaking his head on that one. He missed an easy one.
Yeah, you can't make them all, and you for sure you want him taking that kind of shot.
Pass to Dick. We've got 1:08 left in the first quarter of the game. Here's Pirtle, connects on the 9-footer. Pirtle's got his second bucket tonight.
14-8.
And so Joe Mazzulla calls
Mola
for
bizden
timeout.
geliyor.
Looking for a breather and maybe just one or two things to talk about. A new group in now for the Raptors. 1:02 left to play in the first quarter. Brown feeling it out a bit. Driving inside.
Ya.
Boucher with the steal. Abaji the pass to Quickly. Pass to Barrett.
Lan
Lays it up off the glass.
Barrett, a nice touch down there as the lefty was able to negotiate the little room that he had.
7-second difference, shot in game clock. Brown outside. There's a good screen. There's the drive. This is his first chance at the line tonight.
Not the best statistic for him in terms of his performance at the line. Very low numbers.
At the line for 2 shots.
So he makes 1 of 2 as the second one misses.
o kadar ağır atıyor ki.
Athlete Jaylen Brown competes every single night on both sides of the ball. Something you want as a teammate.
And it's Ingram missing.
Yeah, can't see why he missed that one there. The D's close, but like plenty of room.
Hauser. And that concludes the first quarter of play. Celtics lead by 5. And we'll get the second quarter underway on the other side of this break.
Birincim hoş geldin. Nasılsın, iyi misin? Tamamdır, afiyet olsun. Afiyet olsun.
And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far.
Sen bak
Halfway through the
keyfine.
first half in this one.
Hiç problem değil.
And a chance to catch up on some numbers here. Scoring breakdown for the Celtics.
So far in this one, guys, it's been the shooting, in particular from mid-range. That has been huge for them.
So much good energy and flow tonight.
Çok
They
güzel
really
geçti.
come out
Harika.
with great ball movement. Guys have been open, and as soon as they are, they get the
Jayson
ball.
Tatum, ben ne diyorsun? Bana bırak.
And it's Hauser in at the 3 spot. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the Celtics. Here's Ingram. And that one's good. His second basket of 4, shooting 50%.
That's just tremendous scoring instinct. So fun to watch him work in the half court.
Tatum drives in.
Çok güzel. Çok güzel.
Using the bounce, Tatum just explodes to the hoop. So quick.
Pass to Barrett. 11 feet away. The putback controls the rebound and puts it back up and in.
And those second chance points really become almost like bonus points when you can get them.
Just over 1 minute has passed here in the second quarter. And the basket.
Bir de üçlük geliyor.
Just playing with poise and confidence, and they continue to put points on the board.
Yeah, just really pouring it on right now, trying to take away the opposition's motivation to keep competing in this one.
Boucher finds Ingram. And the layup falls. 6 points for Brandon Ingram.
Ingram and that body and that maturation showing off in plays just like that.
Tatum drives in. And it's Toronto with the rebound. This game coming after a loss against the Pistons.
Yeah, you could see they were pressing in that one, and the shooting percentages dipped because of
anytime you're having trouble getting over that 40% field goal mark, it's probably not going to be your night.
R.J. Barrett has established himself as a guy who can play a lot of different roles. Brent, a very versatile player.
A versatile player, Kevin, for sure, and the scoring has been there, but I don't think that's what you rely on with R.J. Barrett. You want him to be a complementary player that plays in different positions on the floor to put the defense at a disadvantage. He's that skilled.
Alip'i beceremedik ama top eline çarpıp yine de sayı oldu.
And the timeout called by Darko Rajakovic. He's made the decision he wants to huddle up with this guy.
Toronto'da.
Jaylen Brown checked in for Boston. Derek White comes in for Pritchard. And then for Toronto, Scotty Barnes. He's checked in for Chris Boucher. And quickly in for R.J. Barrett. And it's out of bounds. The Celtics will take it the other way.
Ya top bizde dışarı çıktı.
Ayağı
değdi muhtemelen
something has really clicked for him at the free throw line. In the past 5 games, his percentage at the line is much better.
Çizginin dibinde oynayınca olabiliyor öyle şeyler.
That's how it works. A switch flips and all of a sudden you're locked in.
Pass to White. Screen by Porzingis. White, good. White's got 7.
You can't just stop when there's a pick set up. Gotta fight over it as a defender.
That's one that the coaches will watch tomorrow with that player. You hate to see him give up in that situation.
And that's a little lack of fight at the defensive end.
Absolutely. At least on that slam, you're right. That's one way to let a team back in the game.
You have to credit the aggressiveness offensively because that's when you make a play when you really need it.
Here in the second quarter, about 3 minutes played. Brown outside. Oh, Tatum in position.
Abi ya buna erken bassak olmuyor, geç bassak olmuyor. Çözeceğim inşallah.
Celtics leading by 7. Outside White.
Ah be.
Chance there to push it to double digits, but it's off the mark.
Üçlük yapıştırayım dedim ama.
Pirtle up top. 1:31 left in the first half. Ingram.
Topu çalamadım, aradan geçti. Evet, bizden bir mola geldi çünkü üst üste sayılar buldu. Boşta durur mu? Hemen istedim olayı.
And while we've got a moment, let's check out the best defenses in the NBA. Number 1, the Celtics.
Great defenders both individually and collectively. I mean, you can tell they really love accepting that challenge. They can stifle you at that end of the floor.
Yapma be. Ulan orada duran diğer adam yüzünden top gitti ya. Ne güzel geçecektim de orada dikilen herife çarptı. Top elimden çıktı. Bak yine. Aa. Ne oluyor lan?
Barrett against Tatum.
Bloklarım. Bloklarım. Gol. Ne? Dışarı çıktı.
He's putting up about 17 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists.
Raptors'a bak.
Very few players in the league can go out and produce like he has. Just a great stretch for him.
He keeps playing like this, and you know in arenas, especially at home, when a star player is playing this well, those MVP chants come raining down.
Hurdle against Porzingis. 4 on the clock. Barrett, count it. His second make in 4 attempts.
25-26.
Nice little run here.
There's 31 seconds left in the first half.
Nerede benim adamım?
Pass to Horford. Outside White.
Son top olmayacak ama yine de
Horford sets a screen for White. That one's off. Still out of sync.
Tamam.
Fast break Toronto. Dick wide open. That doesn't go in. Had a chance though to take the lead. It's good. Hold on, the officials may want to look at that one on the.
Bu olmadı ya.
And we are not going to halftime.
Holiday attı da kontrol ediyorlar şimdi. Bu olmadı. 3-2. Bak elimizde daha. Geçerli değil.
The ruling on the floor is confirmed.
And it looks like they got it right this time. No basket. The clock had expired while the ball was still in his hand.
And even if they don't show it, I know the refs are proud of themselves after a replay proves them right. They're like, see, we had it right all along.
Ne oluyor? Bunlar şov yapacak.
And a close game so far through the first 2 quarters as we.
Bunların şovunu niye göstermiyorsun?
It's the Celtics up by 1. We're going to step away briefly, but get you right back out here for the start of the third quarter after our halftime.
Taking a look here now at Toronto. They're right where I expected them to be.
Şu an doğu tarafında zirveye
yerleştik.
yerleştik. Önceki maçı kazanmamızla birlikte şu an 11 galibiyet, 2 mağlubiyetimiz var sadece. Yani rüzgar bizden yana da nereye kadar bize eşlik eder rüzgar bilmiyorum daha. Bir sürü maç var, bir sürü takım var. Daha oynamadığımız takımlar var. Lakers var, Dallas var, Spurs var, Chicago var. Var oğlu var.
Second half of basketball upon us. We may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game it's been so far. You know, guys, Jayson Tatum has really been making it happen.
Üçüncü çeyrek başlıyor. Holiday'de bir tane üçlük attı, o da zaten VAR'dan sayılmadı. Ama bu sayılır. Bu sayılır. Sinematiğe giriyorsa yani kameramana geçiyorsa şut çektikten sonra net giriyor. Hiçbir şey yapmadım ya. Bu adam da hiçbir şey yapmadı. Hakem.
And there's a lot more freedom for point guards to kind of explore the parameters of their game. Sometimes it's steadying an offense, other times it's to ignite it.
Really known as a microwave scorer, Quickly's fearlessness is what allows him to really get cooking.
Barnes against Tatum. Outside White, down to 5 on the shot clock. Launches it. And again, Boston with the triple.
Guys, his consistency in terms of shooting has really helped them seize control.
Pass to Dick. In the corner, it's Ingram. Out of bounds, Boston takes possession.
Dışarı çıktı hocam.
And a look now at the Celtics' upcoming schedule.
Sıradaki maçlarımız Cleveland, Wizards, Timberwolves, Clippers. Clippers'ta da yapmadık mesela.
Then on Friday, they'll take on Chris Middleton and the Washington Wizards.
And looking at the Minnesota matchup, I think they know how important it is to see how they measure up.
Çok güzel, çok güzel.
So I'm looking for them to approach it like this is a playoff matchup. Oh, inflicting some punishment with the two-hand flush.
They're going for the throat. And the timeout called by
Mola geldi.
He wants to check in with his team and regroup.
Vay, 9 maçlık bir galibiyet serimiz var yani üst üste. 9 maçlık yenilmiyoruz. İnşallah bununla 10 olacak. Üçlüklerde de Derek White bayağı yani ikinci sırada da zirveye ortak. Takır takır üçlük atıyor adam.
Here's Dick. Looking at his numbers, he's averaging about 6.5 points a game. Barnes finds Ingram. And here is Pirtle. Over Porzingis. And the shot no good, a bit short.
Very dangerous to leave a guy like that open. Lucky break there for the D.
Here's Holiday. Bucket is good. And now 8-point Celtic lead.
Harika bir
Still perfect in the
dönüş.
second half. 4 straight makes.
On the wing, Barnes. Looking to end the run. And it's Barnes slamming it down.
Adam
like how
uçtu.
selfless quickly was on that play, just creating team offense.
2024, Brent, was a momentous year for Scotty Barnes. His first All-Star appearance.
Well, Kevin, an amazing accomplishment for such a young player, but it feels like we're just scratching the surface. There's been so much exploratory.
Hemen bizden de mola geldi.
What I'm interested in the maturation process is when Scotty makes winning the most important thing, where he's pushing his teammates and taking on responsibility. That's when he's going to cross over into superstar.
Pritchard, he's checked in for White. R.J. Barrett's checked in for the Raptors. Outside Tatum. From 11 feet away. Toronto grabs the miss. Next up will be a home game matched up against the Pacers. That'll be the first of 2 straight at home. That one goes in. Now just a 2-point Celtic lead.
Well, when Ingram gets the ball on the inside, his length can really help him out to create shot opportunities.
Round the pass to Pritchard. To the paint. Here's Tatum. Inside Tatum.
They didn't have much of a problem getting the ball into the post that time.
Raptors trail by 4. Here's Ingram.
Oha.
No good
Abi
that time.
yani
Great D
rebound
that time from
konusunda
Tatum.
enteresan bir takım yani.
Holiday attacking, and he finishes nicely on the way. Holiday's got 4 points now in the quarter.
Yeah, the defense very much more aggressive on the body up, but still Drew Holiday drops it down.
Here's Ingram. Ingram can't get that one to fall.
And this quarter, he has clearly been off the mark.
Back to Holiday. Celtics passing it around. Porzingis with a screen on Ingram. Here's Tatum. And so the ball's
Neyse,
out of
top
bounds.
onlardan çıktı.
Ingram touched it last.
Substitution on the court.
1:12 left in the third quarter of the game. 6 to shoot. Here's Holiday. And it's good for 2.
Güzel.
And now it's an 8-point Boston lead.
The defense not putting up any fight on the inside. They've allowed 10 straight points in the paint.
Quickly with a wide open look. Sinks the triple. Quickly's got 6 points.
Quickly can space out that floor for you, knock down 3-point shooter.
Holiday surveying the floor. Outside, Porzingis. Right side, Tatum. With the shot. That misses off the
Olmadı be.
And Barrett has got the ball here for the Raptors.
Pota altı zorlayayım dedim ama.
Trailing by 5. And that one's good, Abaji.
And that's a good heads-up play there from RJ.
Austin's gone 4-6 from outside the arc tonight. Outside Tatum. Porzingis sets the pick for Tatum. Off target with his three. And here's Barrett. Fires from way outside. And we just finished the third quarter and we've got a 10-point game here. Celtics lead by 2. And we'll be back
2 sayı
right after
farkla
this.
3. çeyreği bitirdik.
While we have the chance now, folks, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
Oyunun asisti. Asistler tabii dümdüz pas.
That's what great passing will do for you right there, dissecting the defense with that play.
And I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the fourth quarter. Tatum in the front court alongside Horford. And it's Pritchard in at the point. That's the
Son çeyrek bakalım.
Well, that's a good confidence builder right there as RJ finds some room from the mid-range to knock it down.
Horford in the post. He's covered by Ingram. Cornette passes to Hauser. Shot clock at 5. Three-pointer. And he's good on the three ball. And the Celtics lead by 3.
And those are the types of shots down the stretch.
Boston'ın üçlükçüleri bayağı rahat atıyor, o yüzden ben normalde böyle beceremem üçlük atmayı çok. Ama adamlar, yani bu oyuncular rahat atıyor, o yüzden stressiz bir şekilde ben de sayıya çevirebiliyorum.
It felt like RJ did a great job there of just baiting the defense in order to get the contact.
Esnada foul oldu tabii ki. Serbest atışlar yapılıyor.
Guys, the D hasn't had an answer for the three-point shooting, which is
bir tane daha gelir mi? Geldi. Boşluğu değerlendirdim. Baktım önüm açık. Adam bana mesafeli.
And that's a shot that a lot of teams are willing to let you take. They've knocked him down.
Boucher kicks to Barrett. Boucher the screen. Fader on the way. Horford with the rebound. Boston leading by 5. Tatum on the wing. Horford finds Tatum. Horford sets a screen for Tatum. Pass to Hauser. Over Ingram. And he gets it to go. Hitting off the back of the rim. Hauser's got 5 points now.
Jayson da yoruldu. Bayağı hırpaladım onu, kullandım. Enerji düşünce de çeviklik falan gidiyordu haliyle.
That one doesn't go. Good work defensively by Horford. Here's Holiday.
Aman az da blok geliyordu. 2,5 dakika var, 9 sayı öndeyiz. Mola geldi.
And the timeout called by Darko Rajakovic. He's clearly intent on wanting to lock in and make sure everyone's on the same page. And the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Hey, Kevin, able to listen in on what Darko Rajakovic was going over with his team. He loves what they're doing in the paint. He said if they're not stopping us, keep doing it. Keep going after it down low. They'll keep pounding it inside, guys.
Thank you, David.
Pirtle's frame is thin, but he is a physical big man, one who's good at getting the D to be overly aggressive inside.
Both free throws good from Pirtle. For those just joining us, fourth quarter here, we're just over 2.5 minutes into it. It's Brown with the drive. Pass to Tatum. Now here's White. Three-pointer. Good for another bucket. He's made half a dozen now.
10 sayılık bir farkımız var.
Well, and this has been their strategy throughout the fourth period. We'll see how it pans out.
It's one thing to have teams shoot a bunch of threes, but with this team being that hot,
yine mi foul ya?
you gotta chase them away.
Porzingis'e bir foul daha yazdık.
An aggressive take from Ingram inside, earning the whistle in the process.
Shooting for Toronto, Brandon.
Both free throws good for Ingram. if they want to, they can milk the clock just a little bit here.
Yeah, that's the best option.
Aman diyeyim.
Stolen by quickly. Yep, that one goes.
Overwhelming the defense here with the speed. Quickly, so dangerous in the open floor.
Celtics leading by 6. Pass to Brown. And so Boston again.
Bastık çizgiye. İşte. Kenarda çok oynamayacağım. Mola gelecek şimdi bizden çünkü 4 sayıya düşürdüler farkı.
Tatum with it. Now guarded by Burke. White, wide open. He fights. Good. It's Tatum picking up the
İyi ki sen varsın da atıyorsun ya. Adam zor zamanların adamı ya. Kurtarıcı.
Like he's in his living room right now. He's found a comfort zone. Once he gets that, the defense knows they're.
Koşamıyor ki Tatum artık.
Not sure they've got enough time to save themselves.
Looking unlikely right here. That time ticking away.
Ingram against Porzingis. It's good. Oh, and that cuts the lead to just
55 saniye var. 5 sayıda fark var.
Brandon Ingram.
Now here's White. Jacks up a 3. It's rebounded by quickly. Barnes outside.
Of, çok iyi.
Must beware. Porzingis is down there lurking.
And now let's take a look again at that incredible rejection.
Quick thinking pays off big. What a block.
Bam diye.
Here's Dick. Barnes passes to Ingram. On the wing quickly.
Yapma be.
Second chance effort. It's in! What a beautiful shot to bring him to within 3.
Oh, you gotta love it. They thought Pirtle was the best option there.
Ya Allah'ım yarabbim. Büyük hata. Topu aldılar, hemen mola bastılar. Ben durdum. En sıkıntılı anda hata yaptım ya.
Ingram passes to Pirtle. Rebounded by the Celtics. They've led by as much as 10. And they foul intentionally. They're going to have to do that now again and again. They're not in the penalty yet.
Yeah, you can't let them hold the ball and just milk those last seconds away.
Foul
17
yapacaklar
seconds
şimdi.
left to play in the final quarter. And that's an intentional foul.
Second team foul.
First free throw is good, and that gives them a 4-point cushion. And he hits both free throws here. So now it's a 5-point game.
İki hücuma çıkardık.
From the line, it's now a 2-possession game.
Pass to quickly. Launches a 3, and here's Ingram from the arc. Porzingis with the rebound. And he commits the intentional foul.
4 saniye var. 5 sayıda fark var. Yani 4 saniye 2 hücum sıkıştırmaları lazım. Eğer ben bunları atarsam bitti zaten. Birini kaçırdım. Biri girdi. 2 tane üçlük atmaları lazım 4 saniye içinde. Evet, yine dünün ikinci maçı da çekişmeliydi. Yani ben son anda böyle çok kritik bir hata yaptım. Top kaybı yaptım ama ona rağmen kazandık yani. Galibiyet serimizde sürüyor. Mutluyuz. Evet, şöyle takvime dönelim. Brooklyn'i yendik. Toronto'yu yendik. Şimdi evimizde sezon içi turnuvası maçı olan NBA kupası maçı var. Cleveland'la yapacağız. Cleveland güçlü bir rakip yani. Şöyle basalım. O başlarken ben de...
Hello and thanks for joining us. The NBA Cup is underway. This is game 2.
11'e 4. Onlar 12'ye 2 biz yani bayağı. Doğu'nun 2 tane formda takımı.
And for an idea of how the league is shaping up right now, take a look at these latest power rankings. You look at the Cavaliers, they slipped a bit. Still in the top 10 though.
Seeing where the Celtics are, they are steamrolling everyone as expected.
Haydi bakalım.
Tons of talent, nice team chemistry. This is the team to beat this year.
A look at Cleveland's opening lineup. Garland and Mitchell, the talented 1 and 2. Dean Wade is out there with DeAndre Hunter. And it's Allen in at the 5. And for the Celtics, the core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. And it's Porzingis in at the center position. And the 2024 NBA champions, the Boston Celtics. RJ capturing banner number 18.
Yeah, the most titles in NBA history.
Onlar da
That
kaçırdı.
tie that they had with the Lakers, and trust me, that one stings a little bit for them. Somehow they're going to have to make room for another one of those banners up in the rafters.
Here's Tatum. Softly drops in.
Good little touch on the floater. Tatum making it look way too easy.
And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
I was able to talk to Joe Mazzulla for a minute. I discussed with Coach the difficulties of guarding Donovan Mitchell. He jokingly responded, "You mean the guy who scored 71 points? It should be pretty easy." And he went on to say, Donovan is one of the best scorers in the game. We have to be disciplined and guard him closely. This will be a big test for their defense. Guys?
And Allie, thank you for that. Now here's Mitchell. In his last outing, 16 points for him. And it's Allen who slams it home.
And this is why you feed the big fella Allen on the inside. With his size, he is a major threat anywhere around that hoop.
And Holiday, here we go. Outside Porzingis. Now Tatum. He came away with 14 points in his last game.
The floater is so tough to defend against. Nothing defenders can really do but shake their heads.
Among the best in the NBA for a few years now, Jayson Tatum. RJ, he's still quite young. How can he get even better?
Oh, he can just get wiser and wiser, and that's what happens with young players. They get to a physical level where they can dominate, but where they get better is mentally. They get mentally stronger as they get into these experiences more. Had enough room to finish, and that's one he'll usually make.
Garland. And he makes it.
Adam
just
aktı içeri.
to the rack. This man is so crafty. I love it when Garland takes charge like this.
Here's Holiday, and he converts the layup.
That's what you call playing big. He just stays committed to the attack mode.
Also relying on his skill there. That's a nice move against length.
Now here's Mitchell, taking command on offense when they need it, putting up 21 a game.
Hitting that shot helps loosen the driving lanes a little, and we know Mitchell only needs a crack of daylight.
Garland against Holiday with the teardrop, rejected by Allen. Mitchell against White. And it's Mitchell, that time on the assist by Garland. Mitchell's got 5 now.
Evet, 9-9 olunca hemen molayı aldık.
And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. Coach wants to speak to his guys, maybe alter some of the game plan. Strus, he's checked in for Hunter. And it's Holiday with the ball for the Boston Celtics. They're really clicking as a unit. Tonight, looking for their 11th straight win.
You can feel the energy in the air around this team. They know they are on a roll, and they are committed to keeping it going as long as they can.
The Cavaliers have gone 4 of 7, shooting a solid percentage. And this is game 2 of the NBA Cup tournament for both of these teams here in the group play round.
In this NBA Cup format, every single game counts. So a win here for either of these squads is essential to keep them in the hunt moving forward.
Al Horford's checked in for Tatum. And a switch here also for Cleveland. Thompson's checked in. Pass to White. And there's 1:45 left to play in the first quarter. And Brown with the stuff.
Muscling that one in. JB is a strong individual.
Uçtum içeri.
Cleveland has gone 1 of 4 from deep. Outside Garland. Mitchell against White. Thompson, a screen on White. Here's Mitchell. Horford pulls it in.
And even with the miss, that's a high percentage shot for him.
Here's Brown. And it falls. 2 for 3 from the field so far.
A very athletic play by Brown. Getting the ball inside and working his way to a high percentage shot.
To the inside. Here's Thompson. Boston pulls it in. They put up a nice win against Toronto last time out.
And that one, the other team could not keep up with them offensively. They were prolific.
And on top of probably having the better talent, they never let up. Great effort, great win.
Now here's Holiday. In his last outing, 8 points for him. Here's Porzingis. Horford outside. Just 2 to shoot. Thompson with the block.
Hak ettim ben bunu ya. Çok zora soktuk ya.
Left side Garland. Out to Thompson. From deep, Mitchell. Good. Third basket in 6 attempts.
And you got to be right up on Mitchell or else he will punish you right off the catch.
Holiday passes to Horford. White looking it over. The 3 ball. Knocks it down from distance. White's got 6.
That's how you up the ante. Right back at it.
Yeah, I love the competitive
Güzel.
fire right there.
Üçlü attık. İlk çeyreği 16-13 önde kapattık.
Lots of scoring in a competitive first quarter. It's the Celtics up by 3.
Güzel, çekişmeli başladı maç.
And getting it going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. All right, guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for Boston.
Well, they're off to a good start getting it inside and scoring at close range. Solid fundamentals so far in this one.
Yeah, also, you got to appreciate how unselfish they've been. I mean, the ball movement has been impressive, and the assist numbers are off the chart.
Setting the floor for the Cavaliers. We've got Jared Allen. Ty Jerome is out there with Okoro. Then it's Max Strus. And it's Tyson in at the power forward position. RJ, the Cavs breaking ground on a new practice facility set to open in 2027.
Situated on the Cuyahoga River, it will be 4 times larger than the existing one. And let me tell you this, the existing one was state-of-the-art. And it continues to rejuvenate what we're seeing in downtown Cleveland.
Şu noktada kaldım, göremedim ya.
To the left wing, here's Tyson. And it's Cornette with a rebound.
That is not a bad decision to pull it from there. It was just a little bit off with the execution.
Strus against Tatum. It's not going to go for him. The Cavs trailing. Outside Strus. Here's Jerome, hounded by Tatum. Okoro, left side. Here's Jerome. Yet to see a basket. It's a one-on-one situation. And Tatum flying in for the fast break delivery.
Want to create a good look? Yeah, just get the ball to Tatum out in space.
And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
The Cavaliers are having success. Point guard Darius Garland said, "We're building something here and we've come a long way. It feels amazing having our own legacy. We're just trying to keep it going. The whole city is behind us." And Brian, they know there's still work to do.
And they've got no problem with that, Allie. Thank you. Here's Pritchard to the paint. Parked it down low that time. Got hit with the 3-second call. Here's a peek at the current NBA Cup standings for you here in the middle of the group round.
And at this point, it's still very much
NBA kupasında da şu an 2. sıradaymışız. 1. Boston, Chicago.
A lot of basketball
İkinci
left to
biziz.
play.
And Boston with some changes. Porzingis has checked in for Cornette. And Holiday subbed in for Horford. Hunter's checked in for the Cavs. Garland comes in for Okoro. The Cavaliers trail by 4. We're now about 2 minutes into the second quarter. Garland for 3. And no good.
Son hücumları boş geçti.
The Celtics have gone just 1 of 3 to begin the second quarter. And in Garland, we're looking at one of the best passers in the league, Richard.
I don't think he gets enough credit for it. He's got such a great feel for the game, the way he wiggles in and out of the lane.
Serbest atışlarda çok kötüyüm
He
ya.
is such a great, confident floor leader. What strikes me about Jayson Tatum is really his versatility.
2'de 2 atmışlığım çok az ya.
His moves have moves. His counters have counters. That is a man that can finish plays or make
top kaybı.
Jaylen Brown, he's checked in for Boston. Derek White comes in for Pritchard. Again, the miss by Boston.
And that's
Biraz daha
exactly how
oturaklı
tightly you have to guard him every time he steps to the arc. He's just that good.
Strus finds Allen. And that one makes him 2 for 2. He's in his rhythm.
And Allen's is
Mola geldi.
so impressive. Solid at finding ways to score off any screen roll.
Okoro is checked in for Cleveland. Jerome comes in for Strus. Check it out, the 2K leaderboard. These teams have been scorching the nets from range the last 10 games. Number 1, the Celtics.
The three
Farkımız
has become
ortada.
a major weapon for them over this stretch. Great movement on the perimeter. They're not taking any bad shots.
Holiday passes to White. Launches it. Three-pointer goes up. Three-pointer goes down for White.
Nice start for him beyond the arc. He's already hit 3 triples, and I'm pretty sure there's more to come.
11 feet out. Good as the jump shot falls. Hunter's got his first 2 points.
He just makes it look so easy on offense. Just, like, who takes pleasure in torturing defenses? He does.
Tatum against Hunter. Ooh, rocket finish from Tatum.
And shooting-wise, he's been fantastic, helping to build this lead.
Güzel.
Minute 32 left in the second. Grant, the Cavs making the playoffs the last 2 years. A big deal in Cleveland.
Well, outside of years with LeBron on the roster, they hadn't made the postseason since 1998. But this group of Cavaliers are making their own history now.
Here's Porzingis. What a finish from Porzingis.
Dominant play by Chris.
İlk yarının bitimine 1 dakika 4 saniye var.
Garland for 3. The shot no good.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. He just missed it.
Tatum finds White.
Karıştı.
Outside Holiday. Mitchell against Brown. And he can't extend the lead to double digits.
Niyetim o değildi ama
Cavaliers trail by 8.
olsun.
Here's Okoro. Outside for Mitchell. Second chance shot. Fires for 3. Jerome, that's good.
Sharing the love. If you get yourself this open, Mitchell will set you up.
Shot clock and game clock. 1 second differential.
Evet. Son topu kullanmaya çalışacağım.
Outside White. "12 seconds left to play in the first half. There's the triple. Nails it from
Son
beyond the
topu
arc.
kullandım. 6 saniye var gerçi.
12 points in the game.
And this is how he shines. He's a big
Atamadı.
part of their floor spacing.
Yeah, you gotta know where he is at all times, especially when he's rolling around the perimeter ready to fire.
And so it's the Boston Celtics up by a healthy 8 points at the end of the period. Their defensive
29-21 ilk yarıyı
effectively
önde
shutting
kapattık.
down the opposing offense. Back after this.
Dışarıda kediler birbirini parçalıyor. Sesi geldi mi size bilmiyorum da. Etinden et koparıyorlar ya. Neyine anlaşamıyorlarsa birbirlerini yediler dışarıda.
All right, fellas. Time to acknowledge the
Luka
players of the
Doncic. Haftanın oyuncusu Batı Konferansı.
Appreciate you joining us. It's been our distinct.
Bugünün 3. maçı. Aynen. Aynen.
And we hope you've enjoyed the broadcast thus far. We're halfway through the game. How about Derek White really making a difference here?
Birazdan mikrofonu kapatacağım bu arada arkadaşlar. Kaç dakika?
I like how they came into this one with the game plan, and they're just going out and executing it. Terrific job.
All right, Grant, give it to us straight here. What's the deal with star treatment?
Ben beyazlarım
Star
zannediyorum.
treatment? What is that, BA? No, I think some players have a reputation which might help them on 50-50 calls. And you could argue that some players have a reputation that hinders them on the 50-50 calls. So it really just all depends.
The two Jays, Brown at the 3 and Tatum at the 4. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. And it's Porzingis in at the 5, roaming the paint. And that's the group for Joe Mazzulla as we begin the second half.
You can see the toughness that Holiday plays with. Contact doesn't faze him.
Mitchell feeling it out a bit. Shoots over White. Mitchell misses. Boston leading by 8. Here's Tatum. It's Tatum.
Çok enteresan.
Working inside.
Looks like we're starting to see a pattern here. Not afraid to get in the paint and get wet.
And when Porzingis can be a third option on a team, he is deadly and efficient, RJ.
We've always seen Porzingis as the guy or as a second option. But when he has elite teammates around him, he really flourishes.
1 for 4 in the second half. Just trying to get into a rhythm.
Boston's gone 4 of 8 from 3, a nice percentage. Holiday passes to White. Here's Tatum. Oh, Tatum takes the contact.
And their offensive game plan is clear. Get it inside and go to work.
Boy, they'd love if anyone could get a bucket.
Yeah, their offense has been grinding to a halt.
12 sayılık bir fark oluştu. Böylelikle hemen mola geldi.
And a chance now to look at the highest scoring shooting guards in the league this season. Second, Derek White, and of course Donovan Mitchell.
And night after night, we see this group light it up. If you try to take something away from them defensively, they'll beat you some other way.
As a two guard, that's what it takes to put up points like these guys do. You have to have a versatile game. You have to be able to keep the defenders off balance.
Assistant, Dean Wade.
And we're just about 2 minutes into the second half now. Three-pointer Holiday. It's rebounded by Wade.
Look, when you made your first 3 shots in the half, I think it's okay for a heat check.
Başka bir şey oldu.
Throws it up high. It's stolen by Tatum.
Alyup'u böldük.
Outside Brown from the arc.
Sen
And the
atamazsın.
rebound goes to Cleveland. They'll be playing
Bir anda öyle elime geldi, salladım.
And that kicks off a string of 3 home games for them. Pass to Allen. On the wing, Mitchell. He's guarded by White. Mitchell, the pass to Wade. That one's good. Mitchell making the play.
3 points.
Mitchell's got 3 assists now in this one.
The game of Mitchell is more about putting up points, but Donovan can dish too.
Now Tatum. 3 minutes gone now in the third quarter. They swipe it. Down low. Allen. Tatum pulls it in. Boston leading by 7. And when you talk about the Boston Celtics last year, they were historically good, Richard.
Yeah, they had the 4th best net rating ever in the history of the game. That's Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, the MJ Bulls. Shattered the NBA record for offensive rating at 123.1. They were unreal. You see why Porzingis is one of the best shot blockers in the league. All the length.
Holiday passes to Brown. Stolen by Mitchell.
Ya top gitti.
And now the Cavaliers on the break. Here's Hunter. And he gets that one.
I like what I saw.
Blok çok güzeldi. Sayıya çeviremedik sonra.
And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. He's going to gather the troops and talk it over. And Boston with some changes. Al Horford's checked in for Porzingis. Hauser comes in for Tatum. And Pritchard is subbed in for White. Strus, he's checked in for the Cavaliers. And how about Jaylen Brown, Richard? Named to his first All-NBA team in 2023. A very important piece to him.
NBA, what timing. It made Jaylen eligible for the Supermax. At the time, it was the largest contract in NBA history. And how did he follow it up? He won the Larry Bird Award as the best player in the Eastern Conference playoffs.
Tyson, he's checked in for Cleveland. Jerome comes in for Garland. Pass to Strus. Back to Mitchell. Shot clock at 6. The 3. Boston pulls it in. They held a 12-point lead earlier.
Nice rebound. Trying to match the other team's intensity right now.
Now here's Horford. The jump hook. It's good. Off the glass. Horford's gotten his first basket of the night.
And Horford is a selective shooter, but he's fantastic at knowing when to attack inside.
Here's Jerome. And the layup is good. Jerome's gotten his second bucket on the night.
It's not easy to work the ball inside of this league, but they've done it all night.
Out to the wing. Here's Hauser. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. Puts up a 3. Gets the trifecta.
Pick works well there.
Ya da son topu onlar kullanır.
Yeah, that just comes down to a lack of effort. The defender
Ama blok.
And so it's Boston.
Olmadı. Son çeyreğe geçiyoruz.
Just pounding the painted area. That's helped them build an advantage. We'll be right back
Farkımız
after
ortada.
this word. And let's take this opportunity to show you our State Farm assist to the game.
And he definitely deserves the award. Reading the defense like a point guard.
He'll be proud of that one. Bigs love when their passing skills are noticed.
And with the fourth quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. On the court for the Cavaliers. Max Strus is out there with DeAndre Hunter. Then it's Ty Jerome. Then it's Darius Garland. And it's Tyson in at the 5. Tatum gets the bucket. And the Celtics lead by 13.
We see this from Tatum often, and it never gets old. Just scoring at will.
Pass to Strus. Inside. Here's Tyson. And he goes strong with the one-handed jam.
And what an aggressive move to the rim. He's really trying to fire up his teammates right now.
Boy, it's not hard to feel inspired after a teammate makes that kind of finish.
And that could be the spark they needed to make a little run as they try to even this thing up.
Horford. And he tries it off the glass, but it's no good.
It hasn't been his best game, but his team is still doing just enough to be up.
And Strus good for 3. Strus has got his first 3 points of the game.
When he gets a quality look like this at the perimeter, he can almost be automatic.
Take it away. Here's Tyson. Here he goes. And down it goes. Jam that one home.
And that's what happens when you don't take care of the ball.
Hey, that makes the turnover hurt even more.
We know mistakes lead to breaks. That's just textbook right there.
Horford against Hunter. Horford passes to Pritchard. Shot clock at 5. Fires the 3. Pure from three-point range.
You give a shooter of his caliber that much time to seam it up? Oh, yeah, you're done.
And we've got a timeout called by Kenny Atkinson, rallying his guys to make sure they all know the plan. So Boston going with almost an entirely new group here. Porzingis is checked in for Cornette. Brown comes in for Horford. Derek White's checked in for Hauser. And Holiday subbed in for Pritchard. A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
Well, over the break, I did listen in on Kenny Atkinson's huddle. And Coach challenged the team, asking them to bring the fight inside, telling them to play with pride, telling the team, you're getting bullied near the hoop. Let's see if it works, guys.
Thank you for that, Allie. White with the steal. Holiday passes to Brown. Over Mitchell. Back to Holiday. Outside, Brown. Over Mitchell. Hits the rim on the way in, and the bucket is good. And the Celtics lead by 11. All right, guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for the Celtics.
They've been defending with excellent anticipation all game long. Just look at how many times they've managed to get their hands on the ball.
And let's talk about their blocks. When you're facing a team swatting shots, it becomes a mental situation as well. Makes you think twice before you fire.
Up top, Brown. Guarded by Garland. Brown downhill. Basket counts. Brown's got 4 points now in the quarter.
Carving up the defenders like a surgeon. Brown is gifted at getting all the way to the rim.
They need this. Oh, plenty of contact on that shot. Officials call the foul, and he'll take 2 free throws now. And Grant, for the Cavs to take that next step in terms of contending, what do you think has to happen?
Well, number one, enhancing their ability to put pressure on the rim. When you look at their rate of free throws and offensive rebounds, there's big room for improvement.
I couldn't hit them all, and they need every point they can get.
Outside Tatum. It's rebounded by Cleveland. Wade's got 4 rebounds in the game. White against Mitchell. No coverage that time.
Showing off his skills as a shooter. Mitchell knocking down that mid-range look.
They can take their time if they want.
Yes, you have to regroup. Make sure you get a good shot.
Tatum looking it over. Outside Holiday. Tatum a screen on Garland. And there's the lob. It's stolen by Garland. To the middle. Here's Allen. And it's Allen who slams it home.
Defensively, you have to put lots of focus on Garland, so that opens up things for others to get their shine.
Here's Tatum. And denied. He sends it right off the glass. Porzingis finds Brown. Porzingis with a screen on Hunter. Brown. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. That one on Mitchell.
And Brown is a talented scorer who also excels at drawing fouls.
At the line for 2 shots.
And he ends up making the second. And that'll put him up by 9. And we've got a timeout called by Kenny Atkinson. Coach clearly has something he wants to say to his team right
9
now.
sayılık bir fark var. 50 saniyede zaman kaldı maçın bitimine.
50 seconds left in the 4th quarter. Here's Hunter. And again, it's Cleveland converting. 46 seconds left in the 4th quarter here. And it's Tatum with the ball for the Celtics. 13 points was their biggest lead of the game. Good on the bucket. And the Celtics lead by 9.
See, this is what Tatum is capable of. Look, he is a sensational scorer. Like, we understand that. But when he gets into a rhythm, whew.
Hunter can't get it to go. So it's Boston now. 5-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Mitchell against White. Tatum a screen on Mitchell. Down to 5 on the shot clock. White, good.
Bitti.
9 seconds left to play in the 4th quarter.
Evet. Galibiyet serimize bir maç daha ekliyoruz ve tabii ki de bu NBA kupasında sezon içi turnuvada kazanarak Yolumuza devam ediyoruz.
Thanks, Jayson. This team is on a...
Günün 3. maçıydı.
And that'll do it, folks. For Richard Jefferson, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson. Thank you for being with us. So long, everyone.
Evet. Şimdi yine bir başka sezon içi turnuva maçına geçeceğiz. Washington. Washington'a deplasmana gidiyoruz. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tamam, bu maçı da yapacağım. Sonra bir mola vereceğim. Ardından ne oluyor be? Kyle Oubre Jr. Richard. Yok ya. Neyse. Evet. Washington'a konuk olalım.
With a twist on tonight's game. It'll count towards the NBA Cup. Kevin Harlan here, joined by our analyst Greg Anthony and Hall of Famer Doris Burke. Plus, reporting from the sidelines, another Hall of Famer, David Aldridge. We've already seen some great plays from this year's rookie class, and there will surely be more to follow as we move to the month of November. Now let's look at the rookies leading the charge with their play in the Rookie of the Year race. He's a ways down the ladder if the award was given out today, but there's still time in this season for him.
And it looks like we've got a really special rookie class this year. These are players who have already had a big impact.
Boy, at this point, it looks like it's going to be quite the race for Rookie of the Year. Still very early, but it looks like we've got several worthy candidates.
And now the opening lineup for Boston. White in at shooting guard, with Brown playing small forward. The post pair, Tatum and Porzingis. And it's Holiday in a point. And for the Wizards, they've got Sarr, Jordan Poole is out there with Chris Middleton, and it's Champagnie in at the fourth spot. All the talk, Greg, leading up to this one has been about the impact of the backcourt.
And that's where it all starts. When you have a confident and competent backcourt, it just opens up a lot of things for you offensively.
Güzel. 2'de 2. 2'de 2 attığım nadir anlardan bir tanesi.
Porzingis can stretch the floor. He can get out and run in transition. It's a combination you almost have to have.
White against Poole, and White kicks to Brown. Buries it down low.
Well, this is where the powerful frame and explosive athleticism of Jaylen Brown becomes a problem for the opponent. Nicely done.
Now here's Middleton. He had 15 points last outing. Nice ball movement by Boston. White finds Brown. Basket counts. Brown's got his second bucket of the night.
Oh, that's almost too easy for Jaylen Brown. We see you, sir.
You know, many see Brown as a scorer, but Doris, he's put more of an emphasis on his defense in recent seasons.
You're exactly right, Kevin. He's taken tremendous pride in asking his coaches to put him on the best offensive player. When he's the point of attack defensively, look out. He can give a lot of headaches to ball handlers.
Now, here's Brown. Coming in off a 10-point performance last game out. Clock at 4. Here's White. No good from outside.
Zorlama bir şut.
That one almost dropped.
Aha. Ya. Neler oluyor? Ortalık karıştı.
Here's Sarr. That one goes. Count it.
The correct decision by Middleton, moving to his wide-open teammate, Chris, a terrific passer off the wing.
Now, here's Brown. He gives the team some steady offense, a bit under 10 points a game. The three from Tatum. The shot's good. Brown making the play.
And he's not going to miss that sort of an opportunity from deep.
And we've got a timeout call by Brian Keefe. He wants a minute here to get things straightened out with his team. Wizards making a switch here. Kispert's checked in. And here's a look at some numbers for him.
In the last 5 games, you can see the trend upwards for effective field goal percentage. And it shows you how confident he's playing right now.
First quarter of basketball, just over 2.5 minutes play. Holiday against Poole. Pass to Carrington. There's the pick. To the middle. Here's Sarr. Tries again. And that's 2 points.
This is where Sarr wants to be. Right under the hoop. Within easy reach of the basket.
Holiday looking for an opening. Here's Tatum. And he overshot that one, missing.
I'm sure he's kicking himself. He hates to blow that kind of opportunity.
They get a hand on it. It's stolen by Brown. Porzingis with the ball. Now defended by Sarr. Brown against Middleton. And here is Tatum. As you can see from his numbers, he's been a key component in their offense. He's averaging almost 18 points a game.
Well, this guy is used to scoring in tight situations with bodies around him. How about Jayson Tatum maintaining his concentration?
Now, here's Poole. All scoring in this one. Pass to Holiday. The kick out to Brown. Tatum setting the pick for White. Again, the Celtics good for 2.
They've wasted no time settling into their offense.
Middleton against Brown. The rebound by Jayson Tatum.
No doubt it's been a bit of a struggle for him here in this quarter in terms of score.
Wizards trail by 7. They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, they've gone a long time without a bucket.
Pass to Kispert. The Wizards with another miss. So for Washington, their last game a loss to New York.
And really, I thought what was the difference in that game? Offensive rebounding or the lack thereof. A lot of one-and-dones in that game.
You know, if you're going to create more points, you need to create extra possessions. And getting wiped out on the boards kept that.
13-6 içeri bitirmiş bulunuyoruz.
And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. When you consider how the Celtics are doing, guys, what jumps out to you, stats-wise?
You got to credit their defense, communicating, rotating, making plays on the ball.
Yeah, I think they wanted to come out of the gate strong, and they have. They've taken the early lead here.
Haydi bakalım.
Celtics leading by 7. We've got Bilal Coulibaly. Also, Smart out there. Corey Kispert is out there with Holmes. And it's Champagnie in a power forward position. That's the group starting the second quarter for the Wizards.
I tell you what, it's almost like stealing to watch how he plays the game from this seat.
We know, Doris, at one point, the Wizards had one of the most unique pairings in NBA history.
Think back to 1987, 1988, the year you're talking about, when the 5'3" Muggsy Bogues was a teammate of Manute Bol, who stood 7'7" tall. At the time, they were the tallest and shortest players in NBA history, with 28 inches between them. Incredible.
Here's Smart. That one's in, his first shot this game.
The clever floater, right? Marcus Smart putting the right amount of touch on what is really a tough shot.
Outside Tatum. Horford sets a screen for Tatum. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here. The league has made sure the NBA Cup has dedicated nights on the calendar for this tournament in order to accentuate these group stage games.
And I like that format because it makes it clear to the players and fans that these games mean something more than a normal regular season game.
Malcolm Brogdon's checked in for Kispers. Luke Cornett, he's checked in for Boston. And we've got a timeout called by Brian Keefe. This will give him a chance to discuss some potential alterations. Just over a minute gone here in the second quarter. Pass to Coulibaly. Back to Brogdon. Inside. And a missed layup. Celtics leading by 9. Here's Tatum. Great job by Tatum in close.
Well, Jayson Tatum has worked hard to fill out his frame. It's not going to bother him that you're bringing a level of physicality.
Brogdon finds Smart. Wizards passing it around. From downtown, buries the long-range jumper. Smart's got 5 points in the quarter.
Well, deliver the pass where your teammate can do something with it. Nice.
Here's Tatum. It's tipped.
Bloklandık.
Now Smart.
Bloklandık.
5. Pass to Coulibaly. And there's the whistle. Illegal screen.
And that's foul number 2. Maybe you don't sit him at this point, but you really have to be careful to not pick up another before half.
And we've got a timeout from Joe Mazzulla. He's going to have a discussion here on the sideline. And a new group in for the Celtics. Celtics leading by 8. Holiday up top, guarded by Smart. The kick out to Tatum. Here's White. Bangs home the trifecta. White's got 5.
He's not always assertive on the catch, but Derek White rise and fire from three-point, and it is on target.
Pass to Song. Now here's George. From past the arc. It's hauled in by Porzingis. And with an update from the sidelines, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Kevin, the league recalibrated its emphasis on fouling during last season. Adam Silver said there was a sense that offensive players had too much of an advantage. So an adjustment was made. Fans want great offense, but they want players to be allowed to play defense as well. I think that's what we're seeing.
Onlar da değerlendirdi.
Welcome change.
Welcome indeed, no doubt about it, D.A. Outside, White. Tatum setting the pick for White. Trying to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. And so it's Middleton with it. He brings it up for the Washington Wizards. It's a 10-point game. Pass to Song. There's the triple. Porzingis with the block.
Yakaladım valla.
Porzingis has proven over the course of his young career that he is willing to be a force as a shot blocker.
.127 left in the first half of the game. Here's Middleton. Just 5 on the clock. Shoots over Brown. Middleton can't get it to go.
He is single-handedly dropping the temperature in here with that cold streak.
He is trying to shoot his way out of it, and it might be better for him to pass the basketball at this point. Boy, this guy is a good finisher, so he misses a chippy. That's tough to take.
Pass to Poole. Out to the right wing. There's 45 seconds left to play in the first half. Wizards need to get a shot off here. A shot, and it goes out of bounds. That one's off Holiday. Al Horford, he's checked in for Jayson Tatum.
Nasıl oldu bu ya?
Number 42, Al Horford.
There's 38 seconds left now here in the second. Celtics leading by 10. White looking around. We've got 22 seconds left in the first half of basketball. Horford sets a screen for White. Good on the triple. White's got the lead up to 13 now for the Celtics.
Well, they're winning largely because of this
14
guy's
saniye
play.
kalmış.
He
Neyin
has
molasını
been
alıyorsunuz?
sensational.
And it's Brian Keefe calling timeout here.
Yapay
Wants to
zekalı bir
regroup
alet.
and go over the strategy. There's 14 seconds left to play here in the half. And here's Poole for three. Drains it from beyond the arc. Poole's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for three. Here's Holiday. Horford the pass to Brown. Right side Holiday. Here's White. What a play. He simply drains it in at the buzzer.
Yeah, that's exactly how to end
Buzzer
the
geldi. Buzzer buzzer.
Onto this lead at the horn. The mood in each of those locker rooms will be very different.
Evet, ilk yarıyı yine farkla kapattık.
It's the Celtics. They lead by 13. We'll see you back here after the break for third quarter basketball.
Well, you hear that?
Yeah.
That's the sound of the offense. They were absolutely
And later on, some more NBA action to look forward to. Here are the... Thanks for joining us. Now let's talk.
And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next two quarters are any different from the first two. So far, it has been a runaway. Without question, Derek White displaying his skills today.
Yeah, he's just been raining down on him from deep here.
Ben beyazlarım doğru.
Well, he's in a great rhythm, looking comfortable and confident.
Now an update on Alex Czar from David Aldridge. David, what'd you find out?
Guys, I was able to talk with the head athletic trainer of the Wizards about his status. He informed me that the knee was bent slightly backwards and is indeed hyperextended, but that there does not appear to be any structural damage. And as you can see, he's already back on the court. How about that, Kevin?
Thank you, David. Hopefully, we'll see him very soon. On the court for the Celtics, the post pair, Tatum and Porzingis. Holiday in the backcourt. To his side is White. And it's Brown in at the three. Pass to Carrington.
Onun artı işareti vardı yanında. Sakat manasında.
Middleton with a screen for Poole. Rebound Boston. You know, Doris, few teams have tried to invite Brown to be a shooter. He's punished them each and every time.
And he's had to put in the work, Kevin, to make himself a legit perimeter threat. And listen, the defense has to make choices. Athletically, this is one of the most gifted players in the league. If you're going to concede anything to Jaylen, it'd probably be the three-point shot.
Here's Middleton. Back to Poole. Lets it go from deep. Good, and the assist goes to Middleton. Middleton's got 3 assists in the game.
Well, that's a timely pass by his teammate and Jordan.
Farkın sayıya düşünce.
Well, among the centers and power forwards of the NBA, these are the players with the softest touch around the bucket. Some terrific shooting percentages for the big men. In the third spot, Jayson Tatum.
And most of the guys on that list have that unique combination of power and finesse. I mean, a very physical presence with an equally soft touch.
And all with an outstanding work ethic as well. Constant effort and motion. Always doing whatever they can to get the best possible
Brown da
position
üçlük
and the
attığına göre
ultra-high
tamam.
percentage shot.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flame.
One thing I enjoy is watching players who don't pay attention to the score. You lock in on the moment and play the right way.
And here's Holiday, who will bring it up for Boston. 13-point lead. Driving the lane. Stolen by Middleton.
Adamın üzerine gitti. Normal yani top kaybetti.
And he makes good on the layup.
That's a nice feel right there by Jordan Poole. Just make it easy on your teammate to score it.
Boston leading by 11. Here's Holiday. Comes up empty down low.
Yapma be.
Washington's got fewer than half of their three-pointers to go down tonight. They're 4 for 9. And Poole gets it to go. Doris, I know the NBA is considering using technology to help officiate out of bounds and goaltending. Do you have a problem with that?
You know, Kev, at the end of the day, I think it is about getting the calls right. If there's a way to lift the load off these officials, even if it's around the margins, why not try it? Just tremendous understanding and fundamental basketball by Jayson Tatum in pick-and-roll action. Beautiful.
Middleton on the wing. He's covered by Brown. Middleton against Brown. Middleton can't get it to go.
I'll tell you, this guy is doing absolutely everything he can to get himself going, but the team is struggling because he's struggling.
Obviously, his momentum from the last game has carried over here tonight.
And I think that's the one thing every player is searching for. Consistency. They're giving this guy a chance to carry the offense once again.
Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, thanks. The NBA chose to extinguish G League Ignite. G League President Sharif Abdur-Rahim says with the changing environment across youth and collegiate basketball, now is the right time to take this step. But Kevin, in its short time, the Ignite produced double-digit draftees. So the experiment was a success.
A huge success, D.A. Thank you. Here's Hauser. Nothing on the board. Picked by Horford. There's the three. And again, Boston with the triple.
They've given up a lot of three-pointers.
Üçüncü çeyreğin bitimine 1 dakika var.
Outside, Smart. Back to Poole. Takes a three. Al Horford with the rebound. Boston leading by 15. Outside, Holiday. 40 seconds left to play here in the third. And there are the Celtics with another basket.
Yeah, Drew Holiday can either receive or initiate contact. He just is so tough.
Here's Smart. Boston grabs the miss. Outside, Horford. Horford sets a screen for Holiday. Back to Horford. And that one is good. Horford's got his first bucket of the night.
İlk kez bu kadar büyük bir fark atıyoruz.
Al Horford outstanding as the roll man.
Here's Poole. And good. Got the friendly bounce on the right side of the rim.
Well, as usual, this guy cooking on the offensive end. But right now, the other guys on his team have got to step forward.
It could go. And the last shot at the buzzer doesn't go in for him. And so it's the Boston Celtics out in front by 17 points at the end of the quarter.
Üçüncü çeyreğin sonu.
Field goal percentage to thank for that. They've been hot from all over the floor tonight. And we'll be right back after this. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, and I like the fact we get to see this pass one more time. A magnificent feed, and you love to see your off guard taking over the playmaking duties with this much skill.
You love the unselfishness, finding the best look, and it doesn't matter who's taking it.
And there may not be a lot of drama down the stretch as we head into the fourth quarter, but stranger things have happened. Rashawn Holmes out there with George. Then it's Marcus Smart. Then it's Coulibaly. And it's Kispert in at the three. That's the 5 on the floor for the Wizards.
Marcus Smart does a little bit of everything. You love to see him sharing the rock.
Here's Tatum. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
Really on the right play defensively. If you can't block, force them to the line.
What do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for the Celtics?
I mean, they've been stepping it up in terms of their shooting from distance, and the confidence has been there all game long, leading the defense to scramble.
And you also have to love the way they've gotten out and run in transition. A ton of good chances tonight simply from being willing to run the floor.
Pass to Pritchard. Stolen by Smart. Here's Koulibaly. Rips down the breakaway.
Bir anda 6 sayı buldular.
Marcus Smart is defensively. This guy is a nightmare for the offense.
And there's the foul. It's on Peyton Pritchard.
Allah. Bir hücum faul. Şu an işler hiç istediğimiz gibi.
Anticipated the play and got there first.
Malcolm Brogdon's checked in for Washington. Drew Holiday, he's checked in for the Celtics. Now, here's Brogdon. Outside, George. Had a chance there to cut it to single digits, but it's off target. Celtics leading by 11. Outside, Horford. Outside, Holiday. The shot's good.
It's impossible to guard Drew Holiday when he gets this kind of position. His frame and his game is very much up to the task.
Pass to Koulibaly. George with the ball. Horford with the rebound. Boston's gone 7 of 11 from deep tonight, using the three-pointer to their advantage. Here's Holiday. An easy 2 points on the layup. Holiday's got 4 points in the quarter.
Able to absorb contact. Holiday is not someone that is prone to lose focus on these tough takes.
Smart with this screen on Holiday. In the corner, it's Koulibaly. And here's Kispert from the arc. Just under 2.5 minutes gone here in the final quarter. Holiday, the pass to Hauser. No good with the triple. Wizards trail by 15. Guys are looking for a spark here.
Yeah, a cold stretch offensively, for sure.
And that one's good, Brogdon.
Well, that's the attitude Malcolm Brogdon hopes to bring every night. You can't be passive. He is going to attack on the interior.
And we've got a timeout from Joe Mazzulla. And he wants to see some changes out there right away.
Kedi ne yapıyor? Keyfi yerindedir umarım. Gerçi sen gayet güzel ilgileniyorsun. Bence kesinlikle keyfi yerindedir ya.
Thanks, guys. Listened in on what Joe Mazzulla told his team. Now, he kept it simple in the huddle. He said, play smart. If we don't beat ourselves, we walk away with the win. Keep it simple, and we got this. Back to you guys.
Okay, David, thanks.
Biz beyazız. Bizim forma rengimiz ya beyaz oluyor ya yeşil oluyor. Başka bir rengimiz yok bildiğim kadarıyla. Yani Boston'ın forma renkleri genellikle ev sahibiyken beyaz olur ama şu an tabii ev sahibi değiliz, o ayrı. Deplasmandayken de yeşil olur.
And Tatum driving. And the dunk by Tatum.
Jayson Tatum worked hard, being comfortable in
Karşı
tight
takımda
windows
Washington. Washington
That was
Wizards.
a nice looking move.
And so Poole will bring it up for the Wizards. So far in the fourth quarter, they've allowed just 6 points.
That's a finish he'll be bragging about.
Evet, 1,5 dakika kaldı. 10 sayı üstünlüğümüz var yine.
How about that from your point guard, gentlemen? Playing big at the rim, okay?
Outside Tatum. To the inside. Zingis passes to Tatum. And here's Brown outside. Rebounded by the Wizards. Sarge got rebound number 8 here tonight in the game. Inside, Champagny. He gets it to fall.
53 benim. Evet.
Well, with that size, it's easy for Sarge to see right where the rock needs to go.
Celtics leading by 8.
Karnını nasıl doyurduysa kedi olduğu yerde kalmış demek.
52 seconds left in the fourth quarter. The kick out to Tatum. This one for 3. Makes that one his 6th of the night. Shooting very healthy, 6 for 9.
But the truth is they've had control of this game.
And I couldn't agree more. What makes it that much more impressive,
Çalalım
they're
diye
doing it
bastık ama
on the
gol
road.
oldu.
So Boston ends up going with a new group.
First team foul. Substitution on the court.
Muhammed hoş geldin.
The shot by Brogdon wide open. No good on the quick three.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
We've got 28 seconds left here in the fourth quarter. They set the pick. They grab their own miss. Cornet passes to Hauser. And he hits the jump shot. And the Celtics lead by 13. And they are really racking up the assists in this one.
And their team chemistry is evident. These guys
Son topu onlara bıraktık.
Playing with one another.
Yo, onlar bize bıraktı. Bunu ne zaman söylesem tam tersi oluyor ya.
Here's Hauser. Misses there.
Girseydi güzel
And
olur.
so it's Boston easily
Evet, bu
grabbing
maçı
this
da
one.
kazandık.
And with that, they remain undefeated in group play.
And with just one matchup
NBA kupası grup maçlarında
in the next round of the NBA Cup.
herhalde tur
As we
atlamışızdır.
send you over to David Aldridge from the sideline. David, take it away.
Thank you, Kevin.
Ah,
KP, you guys
sessiz
did a
moda.
great job
Güzel,
contesting
güzel.
shots and disrupting their offense. What did you like best about the defensive effort tonight?
I think from the beginning of the game we just started off aggressive. We were connected defensively. And
Hazır mamayı bulmuş, affetmez, yemiş işte demiş. Ben bunu stoklayıp enerji depolayayım. Maçın adamı tabii ki Derek White yine. Adam tam bir yıldız ya. Şimdi mola vakti dostlar, yani benim için. 4 maçı geride bıraktık. Brooklyn'le oynadık. Toronto'yla oynadık. Cleveland ve Washington maçları NBA kupasını dahildi. Şimdi bir mola vereceğim. Sonra bu 4 maçı da oynamayı planlıyorum. Yani bugün burayı bitiririz. Timberwolves'da oynayacağız. Hiç oynamadık onunla. İlk olacak. Hatta sonra Clippers var. Clippers'da da hiç oynamadık. Ve Chicago Bulls, efsane NBA takımlarından. Gerçi son yıllarda pek şey değiller ama onlarla da ilk kez karşılaşacağız. Cleveland'la zaten karşılaştık. Bugün farklılık olsun dedim. 8 maç yapayım. En azından şu kısmı tamamlayalım. Yarın yeni böyle sayfadan devam ederiz. Nereden? Şu Miami'den devam ederiz yarın. Kasım ayını bitirmiş oluruz. Güzel olur. Şimdi o zaman ben yüksek müsaadenizle bir ufak mola vereceğim dostlar. Sizler de bakın keyfinize. Bir çay kahve ihtiyaç molası, kısadan, çok uzatmadan gelmeye çalışacağım. Sonra tam gaz devam edeceğiz. 4 tane maçımız var bizi bekleyen. Mola. tekrardan hoş geldiniz dostlar. Şimdi kaldığımız yerden devam edelim. Haydi bakalım.
Thanks for joining 2K Sports for NBA action this Sunday afternoon. Hi everyone, I'm Brian Anderson, alongside Grant Hill and Clark Kellogg. Our reporter
Minnesota
is
Timberwolves ile karşılaşacağız.
Let's see how the Eastern Conference standings are shaken out.
Doğu'da birinciyiz.
The Celtics, they love where they stand right now, first place.
Well, for the Celtics,
Gerçekten
you have to really give it to them. I mean, they are backing up all the preseason hype. They've been outstanding.
İyi gidiyoruz. Maşallah.
It appears to me, though, that this group has all the ingredients for a special season.
Looking at the starting five for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Conley and
Çocukken
Ann, one of
basket
the
maçına
two.
gitmiş.
Rudy Gobert is out there with Julius Randle.
Hiç hoşuna
And
gitmemişti.
McDaniels in at the 3 spot. And for
Ya
Boston,
olabilir tabii canım. Hani her sporu seveceğim diye bir şey yok mesela.
And it's Brown in at the small forward position.
Popüler sporlar değil de daha böyle niş sporlar hoşuna gidiyordur belki de. Hemen sayıyı buldular. Bakalım bulabileceğiz mi?
This is where Gobert likes to park himself, right around the rack.
Tatum with a screen. Holiday passes to Tatum. That one falls.
Zor bir pozisyonda ama sayıyı bulduk.
Right to the rack. I love it. Yeah, that's how he rolls. I mean, intimidate the opponent right now.
Here's Randle. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair. That one on White.
You know, a reliable veteran like Julius Randle is so valuable. He provides a foundation for everyone else to play off of.
Kediye yuva bulamadın herhalde daha Tülinci. Aramayı sürdürüyorsun herhalde. Arkadaşlarından falan böyle.
It's both from the stripe.
And the big fella with the skill level, showing a soft touch at the line.
Talip olan
He brings it up for Boston. The mood around the team right now on cloud 9, looking for their 13th win in a row.
Just a fun team to watch when you get right to it. I mean, the way they're executing at both ends of the floor, it seems like they're getting better each game. Communication, ball control, ball security.
Mesela güzeldir o da yani. Çok güzel performanslar görüyoruz orada da. Ben küçükken böyle Eurosport kanalını çok izlerdim. Orada da zaten o tarz sporlar hep yayınlanıyordu. O yüzden buz pateni de bir dönem izlemişliğim var o vesileyle.
Now here's Brown. 9 points in his last outing. First minute and a half of basketball played here in this one.
Güzeldir buz pateni.
Pass to Gobert to the wing on the left. For three, Randle, and he's in the books. Now 1 for 2.
Yeah, excellent work.
Uzun atladıkları şeyin adı neydi ya? Sporun. Mesela onu da o çok hoşuma giderdi. Yüksek hıza çıkıp rampadan bir uçuyorlar böyle. Kim acaba daha uzağa gidecek diye.
Now here's Conley. 10 points in his last outing. Randle a screen on Holiday. Conley passes to McDaniels. And it's good for 2.
Offensively, they've been pretty sharp.
Yüksek atlama mı direkt uzun at. Uzun atlama şey.
He's got 5.
Koşudaki olmuyor mu uzun atlama böyle koşup uzağa atlıyorlar. Uzun atlama oluyor mu? Yüksek atlama olabilir belki. Ya da belki aynı attır, bilmiyorum. Güzeldi yani, demek istediğim onları işte o Eurosport'tan zaten biri bitiyordu, diğeri başlıyordu. Öteki bitiyordu, diğeri başlıyordu. Mesela moto süper cross olurdu böyle, motor cross. Aşırı zor engebeli, yani engebeli demişim, engelli parkurlardan geçerlerdi. Adam böyle tek teker tırmanıyordu yani bir yerlerden, öyle düşmeden böyle duruyor, gazı bir köklüyor, zıplıyor falan, böyle bayağı 20 metre yukarı çıkıyor, oradan sonra tıkır tıkır aşağı iniyor vesaire. Değişiyordu parkurları falan, o da çok ilgimi çekerdi. Yani olabilir, böyle alışmışız ya zaten, futbol, basketbol, voleybol, bunlar en popülerleri. Ama ben de diğerlerini seyretmeyi seviyorum, denk geldiği zaman.
Howling and growling, BA. That's the name of their fan base, and yeah, they're excited, and for good reason. Not only is this team competitive, but they can be downright dominant at times, especially at the defensive end of the floor. Easy group to cheer for.
Now here's DiVincenzo. Looking at his production, close to 12 points a game. Here's Pritchard. Pass to Brown. Here's Hauser. And a great assist by Brown as that one goes in. And it's a tie ball game.
Massa, Schumacher. Evet. Alonso hala var gerçi.
And Chris Finch calls time out here. He wants to review the game plan.
Benim kardeşim işte Onur bazen geliyor sohbete. O mesela Formula 1'in küçüklükten beri hastası, çok seviyor. Ben son 3 yıldır Formula 1'i takip ediyorum. Oyununa heves edip Formula 1 22'yi almıştım. Hatta kanalda full yarışlar yaptım böyle. Flashback'siz, ne bileyim, simülasyon hasarlı, yani hasar falan da açıp böyle full yarışlar yaptım. Son 3 yıldır ben de hani yarışları izlemesem de şey olarak takip ediyorum, hani kim kazanmış, ne olmuş, ne bitmiş. Öncesinde anca denk gelirse izliyordum, hani böyle düzenli bir takibim yoktu onu.
Shoots over Horford. Randall can't hit.
Boy, he's got to be disappointed in the result there. I mean, the defender really didn't make any impact at all.
Pritchard, the pass to Brown. Gets his second attempt to go.
Geçit vermedi ama çok zor bir pozisyondan sayı çıkardı.
He's too smart and too confident near the hoop to have any effect.
Outside, DiVincenzo. Pass to Alexander Walker. Fires in the triple.
Adam boşa çıktı, cezayı kesti.
That's what I like about him. Spotted the open man and immediately changed out of his shot and gave it up.
And at the end of
olaya bak.
a closely contested game so far.
Sayı girdi de çok geçti.
Up by one. We've got more in store for you right after this.
İşte o aynen kumun üstüne atladıkları uzun atlama, hani ben de öyle biliyorum Tüyüncüm. O da zor ya, gerçekten iyi atlıyorlar. Ratingli. Ya bizim ülkede aslında Formula 1 seven insan çok, yani takip edeni çok. Ama tabii bizim ülkede futbol o kadar ön planda ki, her şeyiyle. Diğer alanlar ne yazık ki kendine çok şey bulamıyor. Ben bayağı seven olduğunu düşünüyorum. Abi içeri sokmuyor herif ya.
Outside, DiVincenzo. Pass to Edwards. Back to DiVincenzo. And the foul is called. He missed it, so he's got a couple of free throws coming his way. Well, we have the small ball era, Clark, but now size is a premium once again.
Another example of how things change, but also stay the same. Small ball skills with size is what we want to see now, and that's what's happening across all the teams in the league.
Cornette's checked in for Boston. Garza's checked in for the Timberwolves. And counting.
Çok güzel basketbol.
Defensively, they've got to get more bodies in the paint. That's 3 straight field goals from below the free throw line.
Ingles, he's checked in for Garza. Boston shooting their 3rd free throw shot of the game.
You really like your chances with Tatum at the line. He locks in and focuses on these two.
DiVincenzo, pass to Edwards. Reed sets a screen. Pass to Ingles. Fires it. Nice shot by DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo's got 4 points this quarter.
Sweet shooting from DiVincenzo. Really comfortable getting that shot up quickly.
Here's Pritchard. Still without a bucket.
Hayır aldım.
The 3 sinks the tray.
Üf, hayat kurtardı.
It's part of their plan to get him
Yoktan var etti
as
sayıyı.
possible.
Çok zor bir pozisyon.
I think right now he must be looking at some adjustments.
19-18 mola.
We see these teams face off only twice a year. Last year, each 1-1. Really easy to tell that this is an important game. I mean, I don't know if the crowd will get a chance to take a breath in this one.
Yiğit hoş geldin. Antalya mı? Antalya'da mı yarıştılardı onu bilmiyorum ben. İstanbul fark var ama İstanbul dışında da yarışmış olabilirler tabii, onu hatırlamıyorum. Bilmiyorum yani. Kevin Owens. Kimdi Kevin Owens? Basketbolcu mu? Yoksa başka biri mi?
Second quarter here, just over a minute and a half played. Reed passes to Alexander Walker.
Ya da başka bir yayıncı mı?
And the call will be against Jayson Tatum.
Tatum götüyle foul yaptı. Kalçasıyla foul yaptı. Nasıl yaptı bilmiyorum ya. Ha. Ben o kadar bilemeyeceğim adamı da artık yayından sonra bakarım ona. Ya da devre bitince de bakarım. Kevin Owens. Üf.
Hearing footsteps, right? Allie, thanks. Now here's Conley. No made baskets yet.
Ya sima olarak belki biliyorumdur da yani ismen tabii hepsini çıkaramam. Belli başlı isimleri biliyorum ama diğerlerini ancak sima olarak çıkartabilirim.
No good with the triple. For Minnesota, they've got 2 of 3 shots to go in the second. Conley, a screen on Tatum. Tatum against Reed. Back to Conley. 5 to shoot. Reed sets a screen. From the wing. The rebound by Jayson Tatum. Boston's gone 3 of 6 from deep so far. Here's Holiday.
Çok güzel diyecektim, olmadı be.
Passes to Holiday.
Lan çıkın boyalı alandan.
Here's Hauser. Tatum feeling it out a bit. Driving in. Oh, look out. A strong take by Tatum.
Got to give credit to Tatum. I mean, adding strength over time, learning how to score through contact on the drive, all positive signs.
Conley passes to Alexander Walker. Back to Conley.
Neyden, şarkıdan mı telif yedin Yiğit'ciğim?
Gobert with a screen on Holiday. And here's Edwards outside. They get the rebound. Gobert passes to Reed. Shoots over Tatum. And it falls all over the rim and in.
Gobert can look over the top of just about any defense right there. Delivers a nice pass.
And Joe Mazzulla has called timeout. He wants to give him a breather and talk things over.
Kimleri tebrik ettiğini falan hatırlıyor musun? Bu arada hani Formula 1'in aslında hızın yanında esprilerinden bir tanesi o yüksek V10 motor muydu? Önceden kullandıkları V10 motordu sanırım böyle.
And some changes here for the Celtics. Horford, he's checked in for Jayson Tatum. Jaylen Brown comes in for Hauser. And
Onların
it's White
sesi.
in for Pritchard.
Şimdikilerden de iyi ses çıkıyor ama önceden daha güzeldi. Tam bir Formula 1 olduğunu hissettiriyordu önceden. Onun şarkısından. O şarkı olan kısmı kırpabilirsin ya da şarkıyı silebilirsin. Öyle seçenekler var. Telif yediğin şarkının üzerine bas. YouTube'dan.
Shot is up. Rebound Boston. They defeated Washington in their last game.
And most of the arena was totally against them. But they looked inward, trusted each other, and made good plays.
You know, the cohesiveness was evident out there. These guys feel like they can win in any arena. And they proved it that game.
Ama işte o araçlarda yani canavar gibi motor var onlarda. Resmen uçak motoru yani. Onların da öyle ses çıkarması normal aslında.
Here's Randall. Horford covering. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up.
Just an attacker is Randall. Always seems like he's being sent to the line.
And he'll take his 3rd and 4th free throws of the night.
You know, one thing about getting going at the free throw line like he has this season, it can continue to carry over.
And Randall drops them both.
And, you know, the impressive ascension of Randall has been a lot of fun to watch. I mean, he's a double-double threat who plays with relentless energy.
Holiday finds White. From downtown. First half comes to a conclusion.
Olmadı yer. Evet, ilk yarıyı bitirmiş bulunuyoruz Minnesota'da.
And we'll step away briefly, but get you right back out there for the start of the 3rd quarter, right after the break.
Bu adamı bilmiyorum. Yani simayı gördüm ama hatırlamıyorum. Tanıdığım bir güreşçi değil de evet bana benzerliği var yani. Amerikalı halim gibi duruyor.
So far it's been a nice outing for the Boston Celtics.
Tabii ben yani Amerika'da olsam güreşçi olur muydum emin değilim. Evet ama bana benziyormuş. Ya da ben ona benziyorum.
Looking back now at that first half, a bit of a hill to climb for the Timberwolves.
Gotta get these fellas some allergy medicine. They're clearly allergic to the paint, and it's a problem.
Titrer normaldir Tülin'cim yani. O araçlar kaç kilometre hızla geçiyorlar yani. Çok güçlü bir motora sahipler. O yüzden normal. Ayrı bir tutku o da ya.
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been a fairly even one. One of the stories here, Jayson Tatum. Man, is he getting it done today?
Yeah, they've done an amazing job of creating room to operate for him. And then, of course, executing.
And you know what? It helped that they had a few guys with very high hands on the perimeter.
Hani ben belki aklımda kalmıştır hani kimleri tebrik ettim falan diye. Ondan sorayım dedim. Yoksa doğru canım, kaç yıl geçmiş üzerinden.
You're right, BA. And really, it comes down to touch,
Olman normal.
And size certainly helps. And then the savvy and balance to create that space.
So for Minnesota right now, Ant is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Julius Randle out there with Rudy Gobert. And it's Conley in at the 1.
Boy, White is a capable three-point shooter now, and he does not need a lot of space or time to get off his shot.
Randle outside. Back to Conley. Randle outside. Knocked away. And stolen by Brown.
Öyle durup dururken top çaldı.
White for 3. Three-pointer goes up. Three-pointer goes down for White.
Back-to-back threes. Making their defense work on the perimeter a bit.
Conley passes to McDaniels. Edwards for 3.
Kane'i hatırlıyor gibiyim ya.
You know, I like the competitive spirit. When you look at it, I think he rushed that 3 a little bit because he was trying to get back at his opponent.
Öf, güzel. Bu sayıyla birlikte Timberwolves hemen molayı aldı çünkü fark açıldı.
And Chris Finch calls time out here. He wants a few moments to regroup with his players. And how about we check the numbers for Anthony Edwards?
And over the last 5 games, his field goal percentage has increased. And you can make a case his confidence as well because of this.
A little over a minute gone here in the second half. Over to the left wing. Outside McDaniels to halt the run. And it's Jayson Tatum with a rebound. And it's Tatum with the ball for the Celtics. This is the most they've led, 13 points. And he might not blow you away with numbers, but there's a reason why McDaniels is on the floor so often, Clark.
Hey, B.A., I love his versatility at both ends of the floor. He knows exactly what's needed from him by his team. He gives it to him. He doesn't need a lot of touches. He just plays the game. Love his motor. Love his consistency. He is the epitome of a value utility guy.
Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Brian, Anthony Edwards, his disposition just brightens a locker room. Coach Chris Finch said he's an absolute joy to coach. Always in a great mood with a great smile. It doesn't matter if he plays well or he doesn't. Every day he has the same approach and the same attitude.
And he wants to be great, Allie. There's no doubt about that. Here's Randle. And he was fouled in the act of shooting. Opportunity for a three-point play here.
Put the first 3 misses behind them and finally ended their third quarter drought.
So far, he's made all of his shots at the foul line, going 4 for 4. The Celtics making a switch here. Pritchard's checked in. And the Timberwolves also making a change. Alexander Walker, he's checked in for McDaniels. Holiday up top, guarded by Edwards. Holiday against Gobert. And Holiday powers it home.
Aggressive move that time by Holiday. He's the engine that makes this offense churn.
Timberwolves trail by 15. Outside Edwards.
Oyunu oynarken oyunun müziğinden telif.
Screen on Holiday. Here's Edwards. Yep, it finally
Ama onları zaten şey yapabiliyorsun. Dilersen orayı komple kırparsın. Dilersen sadece şarkıyı kaldırırsın. Ya da o kısmı sessize de alabilirsin. Öyle çözümleri var.
Porzingis with a screen on Randle. Here's Tatum. It's blocked by Gobert.
Bloklandık.
This is what Gobert is known for. His ability to swat shots away with ease.
Edwards, no good. Boston on offense. They're on a 12-4 run. And Pritchard, here we go. They kick it out to Porzingis. No good from outside.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
Conley passes to Randle. Buries it from 3. Randle's got 5 points in the quarter.
You know, guys, every year Randle seems to improve as a scorer.
Sesi geldi.
And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. We might see him looking to make some tweaks to the strategy here. And Boston with some changes. Horford comes in for Kristaps Porzingis.
Saçımı o güreşçi gibi yapayım. Sakalı da daha böyle uzatayım. Kaba sakal olayım. Tam benzeyelim. Bir de yarım kolu değil omuzlu tişörtler giyeyim.
Boston leading by 10. Brown scanning the floor. Pass to Hauser. Here's Pritchard. Out to Horford. Oh, he clanks that one off the back iron and it falls. And the Celtics lead by 12.
Few bigs are better in the two-man game than Al Horford. He can pop out for the shot or he can roll to the rim too, just like you saw there.
DiVincenzo finds Randall. Back to DiVincenzo.
O abi de tombul, ben de tombulum yani yanaklardan zaten benziyoruz. 41 yaşındaymış bu arada kendisi.
Boston has gotten 6 of 11 threes to go in this game. They set the pick. Brown with it. DiVincenzo picks him up. Outside Holiday. Good work defensively by Randall.
It's one thing to prevent the layup. It's another to do it without fouling. Just terrific defense.
Top çalayım. Bazen diyorum topu çalayım böyle bir kere kareye basıyorum yapıştırıyor eli böyle direkt foul. İlla böyle boşlukta yakalaman lazım. Denk getireceksin.
9 seconds left in the third. To the inside, Randall misses in close.
Evet.
And so it's Boston going into the
son çeyreğe
They're getting
43-31 önde giriyoruz.
and that's why they're shooting at such a high clip. All right, we'll get back to the action after this break.
Ya o YouTube'un politikası aslında. O tamamen YouTube'un gereksiz kasıntı yapması. Ben de aynı şeyi düşünüyorum. Yani sen zaten oyuna şarkını satmışsın, paranı almışsın yani. Her yerden sana para geliyor da ben şurada kıçkırık bir yayın yaparken şarkı çalıyor 10 saniye geçiyor diye benden bile para yontmaya çalışıyor. Şarkısını doğrudan çalsam okey. O zaman dersin ki vay benim şarkımı çalıyor. Hemen telifi yapıştır. Ama ben oyunu oynuyorum yani dediğin gibi oyundaki şarkıdan sana ne arkadaşım? Sen o şarkını satmışsın oyunda zaten. Gerisine karışma. Ama telif muhabbeti zaten işte biraz aç gözlü.
Didn't take Edwards long to get those 3 points back, right back at you.
Hani hakkını korumaktan öte
Horford, a screen on DiVincenzo. And again, Boston with the triple.
This is just fun.
Hakkını korumaktan öte günümüzde tamamen açgözlülük yani.
Poke loose. Horford with a steal. Pritchard, the pass to Tatum. He's got it going on. Now 7 for 10.
Yeah, I tell you what, Tatum really good at getting out in transition and taking advantage of what the defense gives you.
Ya da hani madem oyunlarda böyle telif mevzusu oluyor şey yapacaksın işte bazı oyunlarda var. Eğer yayın yapıyorsan diyor o ayarda ona göre telifli parçaları kapatıyor. Oyun içinde çalan müzikler telifsiz oluyor. Bazı oyunlarda böyle bir ayar bulunuyor. Ama işte her oyunda yok ne yazık. Yani mesela bu oyunda güzel parçalar var. Yani NBA'in parçaları güzel oluyor genellikle. Ama çalamıyorsun işte. İlk yayın açık bıraktım onu. Çalan her şarkıdan telif yemişim. Şimdi sırayla onları siliyorum yani.
6 to shoot. Pass to Pritchard. Fades and shoots. He can't get that one to fall.
I think in that situation, it was a nice try to create some space for himself with the fadeaway.
It hasn't been all bad shots for him, but you wouldn't know that looking at his percentage from the field.
Now Tatum. Pass to Hauser. Fires from deep. Connects from downtown. And the Celtics lead by 20.
And they just continue to attack, even late in the game, while they're up big.
I don't think you want to get loose and sloppy.
Platformdan platforma değişir. YouTube'da var işte.
Timeout call, the Timberwolves. And now we present our new balanced player of the game. Jayson Tatum.
Daha geçen Lego oyunu oynuyordum. Şarkıdan da değil artık. Şeyden telif yedik yani. Görsel. Oyun oynarken yayına vermiyordu görseli. Telifli sahne diye. Ya arkadaşım ya bu kadar da aç gözlü, affedersiniz aç gözlü köpek olmayın ya.
Brown against McDaniels. Here's Edwards.
Senin oyunun bana ulaşana kadar zaten 50 tane yerden sen paranı alıyorsun. Bırak ben hani oyunu oynayayım. Görseli niye kapatıyorsun?
Tatum a screen on McDaniels. Brown passes to Tatum. Randall with a steal. A bit under 3.5 minutes have passed here in the fourth. And it's Holiday with the ball for Boston.
And this one hasn't been in doubt for a bit now. They came out on a mission.
Evet, fark 20 sayı oldu. İlk kez böyle bir fark ulaştık.
Yeah, they were able to find space and they were ready to let it fly the moment they saw an opening.
Bu maç bitince zorluğu bir tık daha yükselteceğim. All Star'da oynuyorum. Default'u Pro'ydu. Ben All Star'a yükselttim.
Producing as he always does. What a terrific game for Jayson Tatum.
Sonraki maçı All Star'ın bir üstüyle oynayacağım. Eğer hoşuma giderse öyle devam edeceğim. Gitmezse yine All Star'a düşüreceğim.
Down to 5 on the shot clock. And the 3 off target. And Minnesota with possession here. Here's Randall. The putback. Great positioning on the putback.
Twitch.
Boy, this could snowball if they continue to put up points.
I can't say enough about their performance.
Outside White. Lets the 3 fly. Gets the 3 to fall.
They got a big lift from their crowd tonight.
Yani ben en iyisinin Kick veya Twitch olduğunu pek düşünmüyorum kardeşim. Tabii değişken bir mevzu.
Boston on offense.
Yani Twitch çok affedersiniz genele gibi bir platform. Hani OnlyFans'tan hallice bir yer orası.
White for 3. Yes.
Öf. Buzzer attı. Kick'i de bilmiyorum. Kick'in de zaten hani bakalım rüzgarı ne kadar sürecek. Daha bildiğim kadarıyla şeyleri yok. Böyle uygulamaları falan yok. Yani benim duyduğuma göre Twitch'in uygulaması gibi, YouTube'un uygulaması gibi mevzuları yok. Eksikleri var diye biliyorum. Evet, bu maçın adamı Tatum. Bam.
Jayson Tatum.
Bam. Adam. Alperen'cim hoş geldin kardeşim. Aleykümselam. Evet, şimdi Clippers'la yapacağız. Ama ve lakin şuradan genelde miydi o? Burada değil de. Gameplay'de. Bu niye custom'da ya? Şunu bir Superstar'a alalım bakalım. Ben bunu en son All Star'a almıştım. Custom'a niye atıyor bilmiyorum. Neye göre Custom'a atıyor? Neyse. Default'u Pro'ydu bunun. Ben All Star'a almıştım. Şimdi bir Superstar deneyelim bakalım. Eğer böyle çok ezip geçerlerse All Star'a geri çekeceğim. O zaman Clippers'a. Daha doğrusu Clippers'ı ağırlıyoruz evimizde. Eyvallah kardeşim. Ne yapıyorsun? İyisin?
Starting at center, standing 7'2.
Kristaps Porzingis.
Starting at the guard, 6'4", number 4.
Şu an açık.
At guard, 6'4", number 9.
Bende 0 gözüküyor. Şu anda o düzelir canım. Ha, şu an 1 gözüküyor. Ona çok takılmayın ya. Siz beğendiyseniz o beğeni düşer. O YouTube'un bir sıkıntısı. Bende de oluyor. Yorumları falan bazen işte Güven abinin videolarına şeylerine yorum atıp canlı yayını falan beğendiğimde bende de beğenmeme rağmen 0 gözüküyor ama o beğeniyi görüyor, merak etmeyin.
Welcome to 2K Sports. We have the NBA coming up. Great to have you with us. Alongside Greg Anthony and Stan
Evet,
Van Gundy, this
Los
is Kevin
Angeles Clippers'la karşılaşacağız ilk kez.
Here we are in November.
Süperstar zorluğu aldık. Bakalım nasıl olacak. Yenilebiliriz diye düşünüyorum ama yenilmezsek iyi.
You know, for Los Angeles, that big splash they were hoping for to start the season just never evolved. I mean, they're stuck there in the middle of the pack.
Well, there's plenty of games left. Sometimes it's that progress you make over the course of the season that makes you a factor come April.
Here are the starters for
Vallahi
Los
güçlü bir
Angeles.
takım Clippers.
We'll see Powell and Leonard play in the forward spots. Harden out there with Bogdanovich. And it's Zubac in at the 5. And for Boston, Holiday in the backcourt.
Bakalım.
To his side is White. The small and power forward. The star pair of Brown
Evet,
and Tatum.
bence de gerçekten eskisi daha güzeldi.
So the Los Angeles Clippers get the first points of the ball game. Here's Tatum and slam dunk by Tatum.
And guys, it's no easy task defending Tatum inside.
Ya ben eski şeyini de çok sevmezdim ama yenisi eskisini aratır işte.
Jayson Tatum is shooting to become the face of the NBA.
Yeah, and Kevin, he knows winning is the key. For a star player on a great team, learning that balance, when to take over and when to set up your teammates is a big part of it.
Aman.
Porzingis passes to Brown. White looking around. Shot clock at 6. From deep. And it's the Clippers with the rebound.
Rare you'll see him miss such an open look.
Kawhi Leonard'da da bir el var.
Leonard against Brown.
55 inç.
Zubac a screen on White. Here's Powell. Porzingis with the block.
Ay anasını, ben neredeyim? Boşa çıkmışım ya.
He has such long arms.
Benim NBA'de en sevdiğim logo valla Boston Celtics'in. Bence Chicago Bulls var. Onların güzel zaten klasik. Lakers. Bu üçü zaten köklü eski takımlar.
Here's White. And he can't answer back the three-pointer offline. Now we'll go to David Aldridge, who had a chance to visit with head coach Joe Mazzulla.
Now, Coach told me the key is to stay disciplined on defense, especially when guarding James Harden. He said James is special offensively. He's a master at manipulating defenses and drawing fouls. So, of course, they don't want to give him easy points at the foul line. Guys?
Thank you, David. Now, here's Tatum. Kawhi Leonard unable to get his shot to go. Fires the three. White with another miss. And so it's Harden bringing it up for L.A. They're coming off that win against Philadelphia.
That mental toughness on the road. The arena was rocking, but they just got down to business and never let up.
Nothing is better than winning on the road in this league. It's so difficult. You savor every one of them.
Now here's Tatum. Kawhi Leonard unable to get his shot to go. Off target there with the
Rajon Rondo'yu diyorsun sen.
There's 154 left here in the
o
opening
eski
quarter.
kadroyu hatırlıyorum canım. Onlar efsaneydi.
That's right. They went on that 26.
Paul Pierce falan vardı. Real'ın vardı.
It finally showed how dangerous that team could be when healthy.
We've got a timeout from Joe Mazzulla.
O kadrodan sonra zaten yıllarca şampiyon olamadılardı. Geçtiğimiz yıl o şampiyonluk hasretini sonlandırdılar işte. Kaç yıl sonra tekrar şampiyon oldular. Zaten ligin en fazla şampiyonluk alan iki takımı var. Biri Lakers, biri Boston. Hem çok eski takımlar hem de yıllarca dominasyon sağlamışlar.
They could use a bucket. Doesn't go for him. Excellent that time from Jones. Leonard dishes to Powell. Misses the baby hook.
Onlar da atamıyor, ben de atamıyorum.
Trail by 5. Here's White. The shot's good on the assist by Horford.
Well, he's a good passer in his position. The veteran Horford is all about doing what's best for the team.
White against Powell. The Clippers need to get off a shot. Harden inside the three-point line. It's good. He makes his first shot of the game.
Well, he can beat you in a lot of ways. Very challenging to defend.
Kasımpaşa.
Here's White. This game we saw him score 14. Horford kicks to Porzingis. He clangs it.
Porzingis'te de gerçi şut sayılmıyor bu da.
Well, the thing is, you got to be very careful when Porzingis gets that catch and shoot game working.
That one falls. Leonard's got 7 points.
Easy little jumper for him right there, guys.
Brown outside. Count the basket.
Work that one inside. Nice.
6 seconds left in the first quarter. Leonard from deep three-point land. And that would have
counted. Gerçekten biraz uzaktan salladı. Harden olsa atma ihtimali daha yüksekti.
The Clippers on top. They're up by 2. We'll take a quick break, then get you back to the action.
Memphis'in logosu güzel. Mesela direkt ayı kafası. Bence hoş.
Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after the first quarter of play. And let's quickly
Tony
break
Parker
down the
Sacramento
game
Kings'de değildi ki kardeşim. Spurs'teydi o.
Aggressive at running guys to the backboard. You could tell it was part of their game plan coming in.
Yeah, we're not surprised by this. These guys work hard and they are physical.
So with Leonard on the bench, here's who Tyronn Lue's going with. Jones and Zubac make up the 4 and the 5. Miller is out there with Mills, and it's Coffee in at the small forward. Here we are, Stan, beginning of the season. Certainly what has stood out to you so far in these early days?
Well, Kevin, there's certain guys around the league you can already see who have worked hard and made improvements to their game in the offseason. Now they're just going to have to be able to sustain those improvements and make adjustments when defenses start to figure them out.
Evet, full Spurs yani. Manu Ginobili, Tim Duncan, bunlar efsane isimler zaten. Spurs'un Greg Popovich'le birlikte demirbaşlar yani bunlar.
Miller with a wide open look. Here's Zubac, and terrific work on the offensive glass, and he picks up 2.
The game has been very close in a lot of areas, but rebounding has been the one differentiator thus far.
Here's Tatum, and he drives in, and he lays it straight in. Tatum's got 4 points in the quarter.
Terrific job of challenging the defense there by Tatum.
Jones in the post, guarded by Horford. Up again. It's good on the putback.
They are just killing them on the interior.
Celtics trail by 4. Outside Tatum. Horford sets a screen for Tatum. And Jones pulls it down.
Wow. Missed the easy one right there, right at the rim, but came up empty.
Stan, you talk about a stacked roster. It's hard to find many weaknesses for the Celtics.
Yeah, Kevin, there's a reason the Executive of the Year award went to Boston's front office last season. The Celtics are built right, and they're built to last.
Tatum with another miss.
Yeah, not at his most efficient this quarter. He's got to work on finding high percentage shots.
Coffee and the dunk to finish it off. Beauty.
Not the kind of aggressive defense they need to come to the lead.
Yeah, you have to protect the rim, Greg, a little better.
Yeah, I'd consider calling timeout right away after that. The defense has to be better there.
Looking at who's out there now for the Celtics. Porzingis is coming in for Luke Cornett, and it's Drew Holiday in for Al Horford. Now here is Holiday, still without a basket. Again, the miss by the Celtics.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
Coffee can't get it to go. And so it's Holiday with it. He'll bring it up for Boston. We've been following their streak game after game, and right now it's up to 13 in a row.
Well, you look at the discipline, the way these guys play under control. They never get out of balance when they find themselves in a hole. They just continue to fight, play their game, and enforce their own pace.
A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Olden.
Kevin, the Clippers are intent on winning big. Which Tyronn Lue said, half of it is great talent, and I think half of it is execution. When you get to the playoffs, it's a whole different animal. We got to be 100% execution with our talent. That makes for a dangerous team.
Ya bir de şimdi süperstara çıkardım ya zorluğu. Yani bu maç yenilme ihtimalimiz var açıkçası. Yani çok zorlamıyorlar ama attıkları da gidiyor.
Jaylen Brown comes in for Jayson Tatum, and Derek White subbed in for Pritchard. The Clippers also changing it up. Nicholas Batum, he's checked in for Zubac, and James Harden subbed in for Amir Coffey. Now here's Holiday. Outside White. Fires from deep.
Çok dengesiz salladı. O ne? Alif'e bak. Ya da çok uzaklardan bir gözyaşı damlası. James Harden'dan tuhaf hareketler.
Checked in. While we have a break in the action, now let's check out the league's best shooting teams. Number 1, the Celtics.
Are just tremendously disciplined offensively, always looking for the best possible shot. That's how they've gotten that field goal percentage to skyrocket.
İkinci çeyreğin bitmesine 1,5 dakika var. Lan Derek White'i hemen almışlar kenara.
Porzingis with a screen on Harden. Holiday looking over the floor. Outside, Porzingis fires for three. The rebound by Harden. On offense, here are the Clippers. They're on a 12-4 run. Into the lane. And he can't extend the lead to double digits. Boston's got nothing but zeros from long range in the second quarter. 0 of 4. Brown outside. Floats one up. Tatum.
Hadi.
And the call on the shot sends him to the line. Well, Coach, Boston has been so close to that championship banner, finally able to win the title last season.
Yeah, they've been to the conference finals 6 times in the last 8 years. Lost in the 2022 finals. They got over the top with 2 additions. Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis. Those guys really helped.
Catching up on the changes for Los Angeles, Ivica Zubac has checked in for Nicholas Batum. And Norman Powell subbed in for Jones. Now here's Leonard. His last outing, he had 24 points. Shot up 2 there.
Totally dialed in. Leonard makes quick work from that mid-range.
Outside Tatum. Rejection by Zubac.
Çok üzgünüm Tatum ama yedi kokuyor.
But he has not been an asset for his team.
And he's got his first chance of a run here.
And high quality numbers for him all season.
Teknik gol mü?
From the line.
He throw good. James Harden.
Nasıl hayvanca foul yaptıysa.
Harden. He has it all. One of the best penetrators in our game.
And here's Leonard. 9 points in the game so far. Pass to Powell. No one near him. That falls. Nice feed that time from Leonard. Leonard's got 3 assists now in this one. A 3 from Porzingis.
Ah be, Porzingis'le atsaydık güzel olur. Atıyor normalde de işte çok dengesiz denk geldi. 8-17 Clippers önde. Üçlük atamadık bu maç.
Here with Ty Lue,
yediyse
good
girmiştir.
rhythm for your offense in the first half. What did you like about the start?
Moving the basketball, taking the right shot, making the right play. We make the extra pass, we're tough team.
Thanks for the great interview, David. And we'll be back for the third quarter of basketball following halftime.
Attığım üçlükler girseydi şu an zaten eşit devam ediyor. Hadi bakalım abi. At orta sahadan. Ortalık şenlensin. Girmedi. Sanki NBA bilerek yapmış gibi. Bunu kimse atamadı da.
Before we get into that, I want to know, back when you guys played, what was your favorite city to play in?
Well, Shaq played for every.
Evet, biz daha Denver'da
guys,
da
time now to talk about
karşılaşmadık.
Kawhi Leonard. How incredible
Portland'da
did
da
he look in that
karşılaşmadık.
first half?
Daha karşılaşmadığımız
And so
takımlar
far-
var. Miami
And
Heat
that'll
var.
do it for halftime. We send you back to Kevin Harlan, who
And with a big gap on the scoreboard, the second half begins with very different goals for these teams. One side trying to mount a comeback, one side trying to protect their lead. You have to like what we're seeing so far from Kawhi Leonard.
Something that isn't his strength, but he's done a great job of finding the open man.
Well, the way I see it, it's an added bonus. And you can see team chemistry really growing as a result of him racking up the assists.
Let's find out what the news is on Derek White. David, what's the update?
Guys, I had a minute to catch up with the Celtics head athletic trainer. And unfortunately, it sounds pretty serious. But he's not letting it slow him down out there, and he's going to give it a shot. Kevin?
David, thanks for checking in. On top of it as always.
It's interesting. Even with the advancements in strength and conditioning, injuries continue to impact the game.
Well, this is a high-impact sport, and the league continues to get bigger and faster.
And in the front court, Brown and Tatum. Holiday in the backcourt. To his side is White. And it's Porzingis in at the 5 spot. And that's the group for Joe Mazzulla as we begin the second half. 13 feet away. The Clippers grab the miss. They've led by as many as 11 points. At the conclusion of this game, they're off to Washington. They'll face the Wizards. That is game 3 of this 4-game trip. And Leonard gets it to go. We see coaches stand willing to pay fines for complaining about the officiating. I'm having a hard time thinking if you ever did that. Going back in my Rolodex here. Did you?
Evet, sakatlanmış. Ne ara sakatlandıysa.
I mean, Kevin, I paid hundreds of thousands of dollars of fines in the NBA. Yeah, my wife was not real happy about that at one point, reminding me early on that we had 4 kids we were going to try to put through college. And she told me one year I just gave away 2 college educations.
Porzingis de tokatlandı.
Third quarter here, over a minute and a half into it. Tries to save it, and it's out of bounds. The Celtics will take it the other way. Here we are in November, and let's see how things are going out east in the early season.
15'e 2 gidiyoruz. Muhtemelen 15'e 3 olacak.
So far in this season, right now they lead the pack up front in the first spot with the best record.
Yapacağız.
And you know, for the Celtics, they've been taking no prisoners here in the early part of the season. It's been a very fast start and a lot of focus for this group.
Yeah, and it's to no one's surprise. This is a well-run, well-coached organization. They have a strong culture. They're going to be a tough out for anyone.
This is his first free throw of the game.
Not the best statistic for him in terms of his
Ay
performance
senin gerçekten Brown'un serbest şutları eziyet ya.
He's a pure scorer who can also guard the opposing best wing.
Hani adam içeri giriyor, gayet güzel her şey ama.
To the paint, here's Zubac, and finally they hit.
Serbest atış.
8 points for Ivica Zubac.
And Matador defense, that's one of the easiest shots he is ever going to see.
An unorganized defense like that is not going to help them close this deficit.
Outside, White. The 3. Powell pulls it in.
And a big lead for them on both the scoreboard and the backboard thus far.
Harden, no good. Celtics trail by 13. Talk about confidence. Greg, what do you think about Harden's quote from a couple years ago when he said, I'm not a system player, I am the system.
Yakından da atarsın onu.
Kevin, I laughed when I heard it because most guys couldn't say that, but Harden absolutely can. He's an elite scorer.
Çatır çatır atıyorlar.
Your offense has to orbit around him when he's on the floor.
Porzingis passes to Holiday. Brown outside. .146 left in the third quarter.
Abi bunu da atamıyorum.
Los Angeles leading by 16. And there's the foul. It's on Jaylen Brown. That's his first foul. Pritchard, he's checked in for Derek White.
Neye foul çaldı ya?
He's checked in for the Clippers.
Görmedim ben hiç.
1:37 left in the third. Zubac kicks to Powell. Jones with the screen on Holiday. Takes it from 10. The shot by Powell, no good.
Well, credit the defense there. Bothered him enough that he couldn't get it to go down.
And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Oradaki adama.
Kevin, thanks very much. James Harden is still a factor at age 35. He says, I'm more than a scorer, so for me, it's just impacting the game at the highest level. Kevin, he's led the league in scoring 3 times, but he's also led the league in assists. Pretty much true. Back to you.
Thank you, David. Oh, don't forget, he rebounds as well as any guard right now in the NBA.
And it just seems that every pass they make is leading to a score. Just great ball movement.
Holiday against Powell. Porzingis with a screen on Leonard. Brown and the layup's good.
Hele şükür. Hele şükür. Hani ikilikleri de atamıyoruz artık. Üçlükler girmiyor.
Holiday against Powell. Pass to Harden. Porzingis with the rebound. Porzingis has got 6 rebounds in the game.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to shoot his way out of this one or not.
The shot's good. Brown
Hele
making the play.
And nice use of size by Porzingis inside, able to practically play on top of the D.
Leonard looking over the floor with 4 seconds on the clock. Zubac positioning on the putback, and the Clippers lead by 16.
Just in a perfect position to grab that rebound and then get the putback.
And so it's the Los Angeles
Benim Derek White'ım olsaydı atardı
with a
oradan.
16-point lead as the buzzer sounds. They've been playing some
Valla 16 sayı fark var. Bence bu kapanmaz ama elimden geleni yapacağım. Üçlük lazım.
Yeah, an easy choice tonight. Look at the precision on this pass.
Bu maç kimse üçlük atamıyor.
Yeah, that's high level playmaking. He makes it look easy, but it's not.
Güzel.
As we head into the
Top kaydı.
fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same from the first 3 quarters. So with Harden on the bench, here's who Tyronn Lue's going with. Miller is out there with Bogdanovich. Then there's Kawhi Leonard. Then there's Derek Jones. And it's Coffey in at the 3 spot. Here's Hauser. That 3 off the mark.
And on an open look like that,
azıcık geç mi bıraktım? Ondan mı?
Outside Tatum. Pass to Cornette. Back to Tatum. Here's Hauser. Covered by Miller. Hauser misses. Clippers leading by 16. Miller's got room. Rebounded by Hauser.
And that is the exact type of opportunity this offense is looking to create.
Yeah, quality offense will serve you well in the long run. You can't settle for bad shots.
Abi onu da at ama yani. 2 metrelik herifsin ya. 2 metrelik herif şöyle uzandığı halde atamıyorsa affedersin sokayım böyle işe.
Here's Pritchard. Boston again missing.
Not quite enough defense. That time around, just lucky he was off.
Here's Coffey. Good work defensively by Horford. Celtics trail by 18.
İnanılmaz.
They've been struggling here on offense.
Yeah, a bit of a dry spell for sure.
Tatum down low. He's against Miller.
Ne oluyor ya? Allah Allah.
And now the Clippers on the break. Here's Coffey.
Bu zorluğu arttırınca takımın mallaşma olayı bak sadece FIFA'da yokmuş demek ki. Burada da oluyor aynı şey. FIFA'da da mesela zorluğu arttırdığında senin takım mallaşıyordu karşı taraf iyileşirken. Bu da aynı şey geçer.
Powell comes in for Amir Coffey. And it's James Harden in for Miller. And Holiday, here we go. Doesn't go
Abi şuna bak, bunları az önce takır takır atıyordu bu arkadaşlar. Girdi. Ezimet.
Look at it, a significant portion of their offense coming on those second chance opportunities.
And Holiday kicks to Brown. Porzingis sets the pick for Brown. Goes up the baseline. It's hauled in by Los Angeles. Zubac has got rebound number 12 here already in the game. Poked away. Stolen by Holiday. Puts up a 3. It's hauled in by Zubac. Zubac has got rebound number 13 with that last one. Pass to Harden. Nice passing here by Los Angeles. Outside Leonard. Fires from 14.
Adam sakatsa niye oynatıyorlar onu da anlamıştım.
14 points for Leonard. So Stan, when I think of you as a coach, I think defense. So let me put you on the spot as you assess the wing defenders in the NBA right now. Who are some of the top 2 or 3 that you notice?
Well, look, there's so many good ones. My favorite right now
Ya 1,5 dakikada bir şey olmaz ama.
Because he's so strong, he's so disciplined, and he has an amazing ability to use his body even against guys that are a lot taller. He is a frustrating guy for great scorers to play.
Now he brought a lot to the NBA, but haven't the Thunder done a good job developing that kid?
Süperstar bana göre
Well, they
değilmiş arkadaşlar.
have, and look, they've got other great defenders too, like Jalen Williams.
Tatum setting the pick for White. Here's the 3, and the Celtics hit again from deep.
And one team is
Kalçayı tutuyor.
outclassing the other tonight. Spirited
Kısa bir süre şey kalır.
and it really ignited what is turning out to be a monster win here for Los Angeles.
And this was one that never really was in doubt, I thought, an all-around dominant performance. And you kind of thought that maybe even going into the game.
Yeah, there was a sense of that in men. They just pretty much blew them right out of the water. A clinic was put on display here today.
And an important milestone for them tonight as they pick up win number 10.
And so they'll take the first game of the season series, a team they'll only see twice. They're certainly happy to start it off.
Önceki maç 20 sayı fark atarak kazandık. Bu maçta 20 sayı fark.
Just a monster game for Kawhi Leonard.
Well, offensively, they needed
20 sayı fark hiç yeniliyoruz. İroniye bak.
And what's remarkable is how complete Harden's game is. Making shots or making passes, he can create points in a number of ways.
Neyse denedik en azından.
And both free throws good for James Harden. 30 seconds left to play here in the fourth. Outside Holiday. Porzingis with a screen on Harden. The shot by Holiday, no good. And they can just dribble the ball until the buzzer.
Yeah, they gotta be happy with the outcome.
Maymun olduk yine.
Harden against Holiday.
Niye savunuyorsam kardeşim zaten 2 saniye kalmış bitir abi. Evet. Yenilgilere bir tanesini daha ekledik. Süperstar bana göre değilmiş yani. Başta iyi gibiydi de sonra çok fena oldu ya.
And we've got David Aldridge standing by on our sideline. All right, David, thank you. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. With Stan Van Gundy, Greg Anthony, and David Aldridge.
Sezonun kalanını ben Süperstar'da oynarsam biz playoff göremeyiz. Evet, luzumuzu aldık. Elhamdülillah. Gameplay. Süperstar. Bunu yine All Star'a çekiyorum ben. Bu zaten All Star'daydı. Niye custom oluyor onu da anlamıyorum da All Star'dı işte. Görüyorsunuz. Şimdi evet 4 ila 6 hafta Derek White olmayacak. Kim sakatladıysa benim güzelim şutörümü Allah da onu bildiği gibi yapsın. Diyecek sözüm yok. Chicago Bulls. Hadi bakalım. Yine kupa maçı. NBA kupası maçı.
And they'll have some minutes to make up for with an injury in their rotation.
Yeah, they're missing a quality player, and we all know injuries are a
Derek
part of the game.
White'sız bakalım nasıl olacak, ne yapacağız? Kaç 2 ila 4 hafta yok.
Looking at the starting five for Boston. The core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. Peyton Pritchard is out there with Drew Holiday. And it's Porzingis in at the 5. And for the Bulls, Williams and Vucevic are inside. Giddy and White pair to make the backcourt. And it's Tutkusunu in at the 3. You look at the Bulls. What a huge game for them in the NBA Cup. They're 2-1 so far. This is the last group stage game.
This is pretty much do or die. 3 wins is normally what you need to advance, and 2-2, that's not going to cut it. Being at home should help them.
And then the situation for Boston. A 3-0 record in the NBA Cup. Looking tonight to finish group play perfect.
And not an easy thing to do. They'll be tested on the road tonight. But so far, it's been so good for them.
Now here's Brown. Checking his numbers, he's put up a little over 9 points a game. Shot clock at 5. Here's Tatum. Got it. Good job in the low post.
Brushing off the contact. Look, the dude is strong. When he gets in there, it's easy. That's an easy bucket.
Giddy passes to White. And here is Vucevic. Tutkusunu outside. Boom! He jams it straight down.
Adam fake yapmadan fake yedi.
Finding his man all alone.
How about the grit of Tutkusunu? You see it in his hustle play, but also his work ethic, RJ.
Yes, he continues to improve, BA. The coach is training him to be shot ready. That's down and low. He's upping his volume and efficiency from long range.
Tatum finds Holiday. Tatum a screen on White. Holiday from long range. Williams grabs the board. And Giddy has got the ball here for the Chicago Bulls. And this is their first time matched up with the Celtics this year. That one falls.
Yeah, something Giddy has always done well is share the ball. Tough to miss that wide open man.
Here's Tatum. And that one's good. That makes him 2 for 3.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for the defense. He can roll this start throughout the rest of the game.
Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. Richard, when it comes to the Bulls, they have one of the most committed fan bases in the league.
Yeah, the Chicago fans are for real. The Bulls are routinely at the top of the list for total attendance. Even on the road, they're usually Bulls fans sprinkled into every crowd.
Well, if you're just tuning in, we've played about 2.5 minutes here in the first. Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
I caught up with head coach Billy Donovan. Their team's biggest concern tonight, the scoring of Jaylen Brown. Coach commenting, quote, Brown has become an elite scorer in this league. Jaylen can have huge nights. We know he's going to score, but we have to limit his easy looks, especially early. Something to watch, BA.
Appreciate the report, Allie. Now here's Giddy. Not a lot of room.
Ha, 4 numara. Tamam, Holiday diyorsun. Holiday atıyor ya. Onunla içeri giriyorum genellikle. Turnike bırakıyorum. Üçlük de atıyor da genelde içeri girmeye çalışıyorum.
Let's look at the teams that lead the league in field goal percentage. Number 1, Boston.
The smart offensive moves this team makes helps them open up the floor and find great looks. That's how they've secured such an impressive shooting percentage.
Vucevic with a steal. And up the court come the Bulls on the break. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
You can tell that Josh Giddy is
oyuncuların ne istediğini aktaramıyorum. O zaman da hata oluyor.
He's got his first free throws of the night right here. That free throw good from Giddy. Horford, he's checked in for Boston. That one misses. Hard to find a season in his career where Horford didn't make an impact, RJ.
One way or another, he's going to help his team win. Still out there doing it and doing it at a high level. He's kind of an ageless wonder. Such a great athlete, an elite athlete. JB is at his best, in my opinion, when he is attacking the rim.
And first quarter, we're about 3.5 minutes in. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. It goes on Patrick Williams.
I like that. I mean, some physical play inside. He's not about to give up any easy baskets.
Every team in this league wants a Jaylen Brown. A tremendous two-way winner.
Kardeşim ya ne kadar kötü şut atıyor.
Giant offensive numbers.
The Bulls have gone 3 of 4. Off to a nice start. To the paint. Here's Collins. That's good. And it's Jones with the assist.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Now here's Brown. The three-pointer off the mark. Down low. Here's Collins. And Collins with the slam.
And I'll tell you what, for his size, just about 7 feet.
Bir hareket vardı. Bacak arasından geçirmeye çalıştım şut attı.
White against Brown. Over White. Again, the miss by Boston. End of quarter management here. They can go 2 for 1.
Make the math work in your favor.
Jones misses.
Give the defender credit. Willing to challenge the shot. Lots of other guys just let them score there.
And Collins with the big block.
And to put things simply, this has not been his quarter.
1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. Here's Jones. Boston pulls it in. It's Brown on the wing. He's guarded by White. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
Well, that was clearly a foul.
Boston shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game.
Jaylen Brown.
And he can't get the second one to drop either. Coming up empty that time. Three-pointer, Buzelis.
Buzzer yedik.
That's how you end the quarter.
And just nails the three. Way to close the quarter.
He knew exactly how he wanted to do it too. There was no doubt in his mind
Ya
that
çok
it
bariz
was gonna
hatalar
fall.
yaptım.
And we've reached the end of
Bedavadan sayı aldı herifler.
Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for Chicago.
Well, they're off to a good start, getting it inside and scoring at close range. Solid fundamentals so far in this one.
And another thing, they found the open man. Really playing unselfish basketball, moving the ball around there on the perimeter.
We've got Kevin Herter, Zach Collins out there with Buzelis. Then it's Josh Giddey, and it's Jones in at the 1. That's the Bulls 5 as we get into the second quarter.
It's tough to get open in this league, and when you do, it hurts not to capitalize. Woo! Defensively, you can't afford to let him get to the rim that easily.
Well, that might be why their deficit is what
Ya
it is
basket
right now.
atıyor hepsi de.
Yeah, it's going to take better rim protection than that if they're going to climb out of this hole.
Tatum. Ooh, rugged finish from Tatum.
Bazen olmadı mı da olmuyor.
Doing what it takes to find his shot.
Here's Giddey. Horford with the block. Inside. Ooh, Tatum slams it home.
Now, BA, you know they would love for him to get more.
Ben ötekinin üçlüğüne alışınca yoksa başka şutörler var ya.
Pass to Jones. Tatum pulls it in.
Just enough resistance to force the miss. Barely. That's one he'll generally make.
You look at his college days and his rookie year, Tatum has always been on a winning team, Richard.
BA, I think it starts with his approach. There's always been an air of professionalism when it comes to Tatum. He's just a young player that is focused fully on winning.
Böyle de beleşçi
That's been
olunmaz.
the story of their offense so far.
Böyle de
Getting a number of looks
beleşçi
from point blank
olunmaz.
range.
Pass to Horford. And we're about 2 minutes into the second quarter here. Chicago with a rebound. They held a 12-point lead earlier. Next matchup, they'll be home against the Nets. That'll be the second and last game of a quick homestand. And you look at Matas Buzelis. Size, touch, feel for the game too, Grant.
Oh, BA, he's a connector. We all love seeing those offenses where the ball doesn't stick. He's a guy who will keep things moving.
Well, remember, this is game 4 of group play in the Cup, Grant. The winner in each of the 6 groups will advance into the 8-team knockout rounds.
And they'll be joined by a wild card team in each conference, the second place team with the best record. And if those records are tied, they'll go to point differential.
All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
Nikola Vucevic has seen a lot in his decade plus in the league, and he said the game has changed. Now you have centers that can pass, put the ball on the floor, make plays, and shoot threes, play like guards, and you can't get stuck in time. You have to be able to adjust.
Allie, he's certainly got the skill level. Beyond the arc. Second chance effort. Horford gets it done inside.
Gritty player in there for the board and the score. Horford, he's fighting for his own.
Up top, Giddey. 5 points in the game. Misses from short range. Celtics trail by 8.
2 minutes remaining in the first half. 2 minutes.
Tatum feeling it out a bit. Takes a 3. JT for 3.
See, this is what Tatum is capable of. Look, he is a sensational scorer. Like, we understand that.
Timeout.
He gets into it.
And timeout is called by Billy Donovan. I think right now he must be looking at some adjustments. And Boston with some changes. Brown comes in for Hauser. And Holiday subbed in for Tatum. And there's 1:45 left in the first half of this game. On the wing, Jones. Checking his numbers, he's put up a little over 9 points a game. Drains the triple.
That's been typical of their performance today. They're sharing the ball and creating good shots.
Pass to Brown. Back to Pritchard. Horford, a screen on Jones. There's the 3. Second shot opportunity. And Horford with the lay-in.
The value of a big man with Horford's quickness can't be overstated. He takes full advantage of the rebound opportunity.
Here's Jones. Oh, and makes it with a kiss. Jones has got 4 points now in the quarter.
If the defense lets him inside, he will not hesitate. He'll gladly drop that thing right in the cup.
Pass to Pritchard. And he lobs it up to the rim. Stolen by Jones. And up the court come the Bulls on the break. Williams from long range. And again, it's the Bulls from deep. We've got 33 seconds left in the second. And Pritchard, here we go. Pass to Horford. Brown, a screen on Williams. To the inside. Jones feels it out with the drive. Drops in the layup for 2. Jones is
ne kadar hatalı hepsini yapıyorum
No
yani.
one to blame but themselves. I mean, they just let him get right to the rim.
That's a great possession. Put your best players in a position to succeed.
Screen by Horford. And here's Brown for 3. And so it's the Chicago Bulls in a good situation.
Bir kere yenildik.
13 points to close the
Aksilikler
quarter.
üst
We
üste
hear
geldi
teams
ya.
talk about wanting to get the ball inside, but this is how you do it. We're coming right back. Don't go anywhere.
Ya normalde önceki maçlarda takır takır atan adamlar şimdi böyle şeye bağladı, mala bağladı. Biz atamıyoruz, onlar da atıyorlar şu an.
And now, time to glance at the power rankings midway through this regular season. Thanks for tuning in. Now it's time.
Evet, ilk yarıyı bitirdik.
And with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the rout that it's threatening to be. One of the stories here, Jayson Tatum. Man, is he getting it done today?
Yeah, they've done an amazing job of creating room to operate for him. And then, of course, executing.
I like how they came into this one with the game plan, and they're just going out and executing it. Terrific job.
Kicking off the second half, here's Joe Mazzulla's 5. Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. Drew Holiday out there with Peyton Pritchard. And it's Brown in at the small forward position.
Making the floater look this smooth is not as easy as it looked. It's a challenging shot.
Grant, how about Kobe White? Going from a bench player to one of the league leaders in minutes.
Yeah, Kobe played more than 35 minutes per game last season. Top 10 in the league. We saw White hit another so he has an exciting future in front of him.
First trip to the free throw line for him in this one. First free throw is good. Well, despite the effort to create super teams, the league has a lot of parity right now, Grant.
It really does, and I like it. It's not quite like the 80s Celtics and Lakers or the 90s Bulls.
Abi her attığı da mı girer bunların?
It's so hard to pay more than 2, maybe 3 stars at a time.
And Tatum, here we go. Look at Tatum. Powers his way up for 2.
And he's doing everything he
14
can
sayı fark var.
offensively to
Bizim yani
lift them
üçlük
out of this
atmamız
hole.
lazım.
But I'm not
Başka
sure his hot shooting can do it alone.
kapanacak mesele değil.
Back to Giddey. Pass to Williams. Vucevic, a screen on Tatum. Williams from long range. Porzingis grabs the board. And Porzingis has got the ball here for the Boston Celtics. They trail by 14. That'll wrap up this short 2-game road trip. Here's Pritchard. That three's off the mark. The Bulls have got 2 of 3 from the floor in this third quarter. Giddey. And that one's good. Giddey's got 7 points.
They have no answer defensively inside.
And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. He wants to give him a breather and talk things over. Now that we're into November, let's see how the Eastern Conference standings are shaken out. Taking a look at Boston, it's a long season, but right now they're in great position, holding that prize top spot. And of course there are the Bulls, 7 games behind.
Well, right now for Boston, you have to really give it to them. I mean, they are backing up all the preseason hype. They've been outstanding early.
And you want to talk about hitting the ground running? They've done exactly this. And you've got to give a lot of credit to their coaching staff for getting this team locked in early.
I love whenever Porzingis hits the offensive boards. He has the height needed to hurt defenses in this regard.
Here's Giddey. And it's in there. He's got 9.
Man, that's now 10 straight points in the paint. I'm not sure what's happened to their defense, man.
Celtics trail by 16. Outside Tatum. Just under 2.5 minutes into this third quarter now. From outside, off the mark.
Allah.
For Chicago, they've gotten 4 of their first 5
Yemin
shots to
ediyorum
go
nazar
since the
değdi
break.
ya.
And it's Giddey missing. Boston's got nothing to fall here in the third. 0 for 4. Oh, Brown goes to the rack and lays it in.
Gerçekten.
Down the lane, Brown flying by defenders.
And timeout is called by Billy Donovan. He wants a few
Takım
moments
nazara
to
geldi.
regroup with his players. Ellis is checked in for Williams. The Celtics also with a sub. Hauser's checked in. Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Ryan, one of the great challenges of an NBA player's life is being traded. Veteran PJ Tucker said, in 24 hours, you're playing for another team in another city, getting all of your stuff, uprooting your kids, changing schools. Your whole entire life changes in a blink. If you've never experienced it, you never understand. EA?
Pretty heavy stuff, Allie. Thank you. Hey, Jayson Tatum takes flight.
One of the craziest dunks we've seen. Tatum with the bounce.
Bomb.
Impressive looks on the AT&T 5G Slam Cam. Outside White. And you can count it. He'll go to the line with a chance at a 3-point play.
And he's made his mark on offense especially. They got to be thankful he's on their squad.
Well, Richard, during his 5th year in the NBA, Kobe White had a breakout season.
Doubling his numbers, BA, averaging around 20 points and 5 assists per game. Kobe's always been a great defensive player, but it's his offensive production that has really improved.
Brown passes to Porzingis. Shoots over Vucevic. Chicago grabs the miss. Ellis has got 4 rebounds now. Second half here, and we're just over 3.5 minutes into it. And it's good. 2 points.
Oh, nice touch on the inside play by Ellis, adjusting from close range.
Brown passes to Tatum. The 3 is up.
Zahmet oldu ya gerçekten. Yani 2 saattir aynı şeyde basıyorum yani.
Pass to Buzelis. Here's Vucevic, defended by Porzingis. Blocked!
Big time rejection from Porzingis. You must be careful trying to shoot when he's lurking nearby.
Outside Tatum. They set the screen. Here's the three. And it's Kitty with a rebound. 6-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. No luck on that one. Tatum with some nice D. Here's Hauser. He's covered by Dosunmu. 4-3. Hauser, that's good.
Gotta fight harder to get over those screens.
Yeah, as soon as these guys feel contact, they are just
Yok,
disappearing like they're not
paniklediğimden
even
değil
there.
de garibime gidiyor yani. Yani yoksa yendiğimiz gibi yeniliriz de onda şey yok.
Love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
This is when good players really get after it. He can sense that they're reeling and he's gonna put his foot.
Da bir anda hepsi greve başlamış gibi şut atmayı kesince
Head coach Billy Donovan is mic'd up along the sidelines. Let's check it out.
Hold your ground. Don't let him back your way in. Just hold your
bakalım. 5 dakikamız var.
Down the stretch as we head into the fourth quarter, but stranger things have happened. Trey Jones is out there with Kevin Huerter. Then it's Josh Giddey. Then it's Buzelis. And it's Collins in at the 5, down low. So that's the 5 in the game for Chicago. And that one's good. Giddey.
And force feeding the ball inside. I mean, no reason to go away from what's working.
Tatum against Giddey. Let's go with a 3. Tatum can't hit.
And as long as he keeps missing from deep, the D will keep letting him fire away. He's just off from range right now. And that's how you lead a team. Literally.
Celtics trail by 17. Tatum with it. Picked up by Collins. Pass to Davison. Cornette sets a screen. From the elbow. And stolen by Huerter.
Yok bu maç lose yazar yani.
You love to see that from Huerter. If teams are going to guard against his three-point ability, you have to make him pay and just blow by him.
Dosunmu, he's checked in for Chicago. And the Celtics also making a change. Pritchard's checked in for Davison. Fourth quarter still young, just over a minute played. For 3. And it's Dosunmu with the rebound. Chicago leading by 19. Outside Giddey from deep. Horford pulls it in. Horford's got 5 rebounds in the game. Right side Tatum. Out to the right wing. Here's Hauser. Shot clock at 6. Pritchard, no good.
I think he's gone completely dry. Nothing is hitting.
Yeah, and the risk now is that he gets inside his own head. Time to take deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth, and let the game come to you.
Here's Cornette. And the layup is good off the glass.
Ben demiştim ama eğer benim o White'ım giderse halimiz duman diye. Adam sakatlandı bak, üçlük bitti, kesildi yani, diğerleri de atamıyor. Niye atamıyor bilmiyorum. Atamıyorlar. Herkes bir anda eli ayağı çekti üçlükten.
Substitution for the Bulls. Nikola Vucevic, Patrick Williams, Kobe White.
Boston pulls it in. Tatum's got 4 rebounds in the game. Just under 2.5 minutes gone by now in the final quarter. from deep three-point range. Oh, Tatum slings it from deep.
You look at Tatum now running the pick and roll. He's calm and his moves are so concise. He's just definitive with everything he does.
Pass to Dosunmu. Now here's Vucevic. And it's off from three-point range.
Surprising to see him miss here, but they'll be happy with that shot in most possessions.
Cornette sets a screen. Here's Hauser. They get it back to the right side.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Clock at 6. Cornette sets a screen. Lets it go from deep. Hauser, that's good.
Obviously, this guy has a talent for scoring. Able to problem solve for whatever the defense tosses at him.
Tutun şu herifi.
Outside Giddey. Here's the three. Sinks it again.
Onu tutalım derken diğeri attı.
How about Giddey tonight? Scoring the ball, such a different matchup. I don't know who they can throw at him right now.
And Joe Mazzulla has called timeout. He was quite emphatic, demanding the timeout, clearly wanting to address strategy with his team. Pritchard, the pass to Tatum. Porzingis with a screen on Williams. Williams against Tatum. From deep. And it's cleared by Vucevic. Bulls leading by 14.
Hocam yarı saha.
They double him with Brown. Here's Williams. Laid it in with a nice touch on.
Yarı sahayı görmedi hakemler.
They were really able to find the mismatches they wanted and exploit those all night. Great execution from the players and coaching staff for the Bulls.
Check out their assist numbers.
They didn't get stuck in isolation. They got the ball to the guys who had the best matchups.
And with this one, they go double digits in the win column.
It's just the start of this season series with 3 games left between them, but it must feel great to take the first meeting.
And of all the highlights and performances we've seen here tonight, the one thing that stands out is what an unbelievable night it's been for Josh Giddey.
And his playmaking is what stood out to me, effortlessly creating for his teammates.
RJ, when you talk about Vucevic, is he the best NBA player ever to come from Switzerland?
There is an argument to be made. He has the most points by any Swiss-born player by far and the only All-Star game appearances.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
Hocam yarı saha.
Outside Jones. Oh, powered down with both hands.
And guys, that's got to be the dagger. This is how you finish a game.
And it felt like they just flipped the switch to go on that run and seal the game, saving their best basketball for the end. Always smart.
Pritchard. Again, the miss by Boston. Chicago with the ball. 9 points in a row. A good run going. Knocks it loose. Fast break. Here come the Celtics.
Onu bile atamadı.
So it's the Bulls winning this one easily.
Evet.
And for the NBA Cup tournament, they
Yani
finished
totalde
with a
4. yenilgimiz
3-1
aldı.
record.
Yeah, they've put some extra effort into these NBA Cup games, if you ask me. Now,
Bu yenilgi kupa maçında geldi. Bakalım
And that about wraps it up.
kupada
For
durumu
Grant
ne
Hill,
kadar iyi.
Richard Jefferson and Ali LaForce.
Bence çok
This is
etkilemez
Brian
ama.
Anderson. Thanks for watching the NBA.
Yes. Şimdi günün son maçına geçeceğim. Evet. Play diyelim. Çok uzatmaya gerek yok. Cleveland'da konuk olacağız. Ve bugünü kapatacağız.
Trying to get a win at home and press for success.
Hiç böyle takım elbise giymiyorlar bu arada. Burada kolpa sıkıyor.
Hi everyone, this is Kevin Harlan joining us tonight, Greg Anthony and Hall of Famer Doris Burke.
Kolpacı 2K. Moda ikonu gibi giyiniyor herkes burada.
Let's see the stat sheet here for Max Strus.
And the biggest takeaway when you look at his numbers is how good his three-point shooting's been the past 5 games. He's finding the open spots on the perimeter, and when he's getting good looks, boy, he is not missing.
And now the opening lineup for Boston. The small and power forwards, the star pair of Brown and Tatum. And there's Porzingis, then it's Holiday, and it's Pritchard in at the point guard position. And for Cleveland, a loaded backcourt. It's Garland and Mitchell. A lot of length inside. It's Mobley and Allen in the post. And it's Okoro in at the 3. And so it's the Cavaliers getting on the board first. Porzingis can't hit.
Girmedi.
Mitchell looking it over. Pass to Allen. Mobley kicks to Mitchell. Offline with his 3. For the Celtics, they come into this one following a loss to the Bulls in Chicago.
Painful to watch, guys. You could see their frustrations mounting, unable to get into any kind of a rhythm whatsoever.
I thought they were outworked and outplayed in just about every phase of the game. Maybe that's one of those situations where you say, hey, let's move on.
The shot by Holiday, no good. Well, last season, the Cavaliers won their first playoff series since 2018. That's when LeBron was with them, Greg.
And it was their first series win without LeBron James since 1993. So it was a huge deal for the organization as they continue to take steps in the right direction.
And it's in there.
Don't you love how Brown just barrels into the teeth of the defense? This is a shifty forward who knows how to get to the rack.
Holiday against Mitchell. With the drive. And he can't jam it through.
And priority number 1 has got to be the finish, guys, not the fancy stuff.
Porzingis sets the pick for Brown.
Posterliyordu yani.
And he could not get that one to go. Out of contact, and he'll go to the line for 2. And Greg, when you're facing the front of a back-to-back, how much does that affect you as a player?
Before and after the game, for sure, it's on your mind. But once the whistle blows, you have to live in the moment. You can bet coaches are very aware.
Now, here's Garland. His last outing, he had 24 points. Tipped away. Taken away by Holiday. And pushing it up, here's Boston. And it's slammed in by Holiday.
We are talking about an elite two-way player. Do your thing, Drew Holiday.
And just under 2.5 minutes elapsed here in the first. Pass to Okoro. And here's Mitchell from the arc. Hits the three-point bomb.
And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from 3. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
Now here's Tatum. 23 points his last outing.
Well, we love his ability to attack the rim. He just loses a little bit of focus and misses the chippy.
Down low, here's Mobley, and Mobley throws it down.
Well, we know this. Playing above the rim is a big part of Evan Mobley's game.
Still in his early 20s, Doris, Evan Mobley is such a great player. So long, athletic. I know you love his play.
I certainly do, Kevin, and there's a lot of reasons why. You begin on the defensive end of the floor. Great shot blocker, can guard on the perimeter, and he continues to work and expand his offensive game. This guy's future is so bright.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
Round the pass to Porzingis. 1:27 left in the first quarter. Pritchard gets the bucket.
This guy is a pick-your-poison kind of player. Very hard defensively to cover all your bases with him.
Mitchell outside. Pass to Mobley. Now, here's Garland. Here's the floor. And they call the foul, so a chance at the line for one more coming up.
Tremendous balance from Barry's
Kadar bala göte
That's
girdi
the
ki o
key
top.
to knocking down that initial shot and the opportunity for the end one.
And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown for the Cavaliers.
So far, they've moved the ball well, leading to open, high-percentage looks. Lots of assists in this one.
Yeah, and their assertiveness in the paint so far tonight has been impactful. They're really making it hard for the interior defense.
Catching up on the changes for Cleveland. Hunter's checked in for Jared Allen. Max Strus comes in for Okoro. And it's Ty Jerome in for Donovan Mitchell. Now here is Horford. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Davison. Over 100. Here's Cornette. Laid in with a nice touch off the glass.
Really strong rebounding on the interior, and he gets the easy putback.
Last game for the Cavaliers, it was a loss to the Hawks in Atlanta. That one good for 2.
We have seen from Darius a real talent for making his teammates look good. Pretty pass there.
We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Brown feeling out a bit. Shot is good off the back rim and in. Brown's got 6.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
You know, we see this all the time. You're basically, as a defender, hoping the man misses rather than putting in the work to get over screens.
Hunter with it. Can't hit from in close. At the end of one, a closer contested game so far. Cavaliers on top. They're up by 1. And the second quarter about to get started. We'll be back in just a moment. And some good action in the books as we get back to the game that's been pretty close here so far. And from what we've seen from the Cavaliers, what do you guys see?
They just came into this game with the mindset of sharing the basketball.
When you keep everyone involved at the offensive end, it keeps everyone engaged in other areas as well.
They've got Max Strus, DeAndre Hunter out there with Mobley. Then it's Sam Merrill, and it's Jerome in at the 1. That's the group for Cleveland going right now here in the second. And that one's good. Hunter.
Pretty much all of their buckets coming from inside the paint now.
Celtics trail by 3. Outside Tatum. Beyond the arc. And a rebound goes to the Cavaliers. They're coming into this game off that recent loss to Atlanta.
Well, when you're facing a team that's feeding off the crowd's energy, you have to bring your A game, and they didn't do that defensively.
One thing you know, Greg, is you've got to pack your defense in the suitcase if you're going to win on the road, and they simply did not bring it.
Clock is at 3. Here's Jerome. Drops in the tray. 5 points in the game.
Ben boşa çıkıyorum, atamıyorum. Adam önünde dev varken atıyor ya.
Ball movement has been flawless.
Here's Shireman. Hasn't made one yet. Tatum against Strus. Tatum's shot is off. Cleveland leading by 6. Pass to Hunter. To the middle. Here's Mobley. Scored the basket. His second of 2 attempts.
And there's a pattern starting to take shape here. They're working inside and getting good shots from close range.
Okoro, he's checked in for Cleveland. Garland comes in for Sam Merrill. Celtics trail by 8. Here's Pritchard. Pass to Horford. Here's Hauser. To halt the run.
Abi atın şunu ya. Lan kaç maç yaptık, hepsi takır takır atıyordu herkes. Kitlendi ya. White gitti. Takım düşük atmayı unuttu.
Here's Porzingis. Nothing that time. He's 0 for 2. Pass to Hunter. Garland with it. And here in the second quarter of action with a hand under 2.5 minutes played so far.
Well, we've seen that movie a few times, haven't we? An easy bucket in the paint.
Doris, when the Cavaliers made the trade for Donovan Mitchell, Darius Garland then began to do a lot of his work off the ball.
He had to, Kevin, and he made no secret of the fact that this was an adjustment. When you are accustomed to being the primary initiator, moving off the ball takes time. But to his credit, he's adapted beautifully.
Here's Jerome. Jayson Tatum picking up that last basket. Pass to Garland. His 3-pointers off the mark.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
1:52 left to play here in the second quarter. Horford no luck.
Herkes de denedim. Horford'da da denedim.
And now we've got some time to check in from the sidelines. You got for us, DA?
Kevin, thanks. Darius Garland, the son of former NBA player Winston Garland, said that he was a sponge growing up listening to his dad. He hung on every word about playing point guard. Darius says, I learned the little things much quicker. He taught me at a young age to change gears to keep defenders off balance. Kevin?
And he's doing it. I love the tricks of the trade he just talked about. Thank you so much. And the Cavaliers with some changes. Dean Wade comes in for Mobley. And Donovan Mitchell subbed in for Ty Jerome. Jaylen Brown's checked in for Boston. Holiday comes in for Jayson Tatum. Cleveland's gone 1 of 3 from way outside since the start of the second quarter. Hunter kicks to Okoro. Mitchell wide open. The three-pointer no good. Celtics trail by 6. Here's Pritchard over to the wing. Horford the pass to Pritchard. From the arc. Austin getting another chance here. Poke loose. Okoro with it. Brown on him. Okoro shot is off. Pass to Pritchard. 35 seconds left here in the second. It's good from long range. Now it's just a 3-point Cleveland lead.
And they may be leaning a little too heavily on the three-pointer when there are better looks to be had inside.
Here's Mitchell. Porzingis with the block.
Porzingis 7-3 says not here and not now.
Brown the pass to Pritchard. The three. And the
ya oğlum bok gibi perdeleme yaptılar. Hay Allah'ım ya. Perdelemeyi yaptığını zannetti, sonra gitti. Bunları da izletmiyor nedense. Garip.
Where's the game plan? Seems like they're making things up as they go along, like Kenny.
I think we're all too guilty.
Hayat çok güzel
And looking at the players of the month, here are the winners
10 numara
from
5
each
yıldız
conference.
devam edeceğiz.
And that'll do it for halftime.
Ama girmiyor işte. Üçlük girmeyince de ikilik kurtarmıyor maçı. Çünkü karşı taraf atıyor üçlüyü.
And if you're just joining us, we've played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. You know, Doris, assists aren't just a point guard stat any longer, are they? A lot of big men in the league can distribute very well.
Yeah, Kev, it's really striking to me how multi-dimensional every single position in the NBA has become. As you said, bigs can pass, point guards can attack the cup and score. The game is becoming more and more skilled.
Starting off the second half, here's Joe Mazzulla's five. And in the front court, Brown and Tatum. And there's Porzingis, and it's Pritchard in at the one spot. And so it's Holiday with it. He'll bring it up for the Boston Celtics. 4-point game. Cavaliers with the rebound. Mobley's got 6 rebounds in the game. Mitchell finds Okoro. Kicks it out to Allen. Mitchell outside. Allen, a screen on Tatum. Clock at 6. No good there. Nice D from Porzingis. Celtics trail by 4. Tatum passes to Brown. Right wing. Nice ball movement by Boston. Holiday dishes to Brown. Over Mobley. Pass to Pritchard. For 3. It's rebounded by Cleveland. They've led by as much as 10. The Wizards on the road to face them after this game. And that will be the middle game of this 3-game homestand. Holiday with the three. Rebound by Mitchell.
All right, time now to pick it up. You're 1 for 4, and you certainly don't want to give your opponent momentum.
And the foul on Drew Holiday.
First team foul.
That's his first foul. Third quarter of play with just over a minute and a half gone by. And then Allen slams it in.
Do you not love that by any means necessary attitude from Jared Allen, able to finish through the contact?
And this is his first trip to the line tonight.
Numbers this year at the line below 70, so when he's getting to the line, not nearly as effective as he was.
Already a lot of talk about who's going to take part in the three-point contest this season, and here's a look at the players most likely to make it.
And so many great shooters in the NBA these days, and these guys, quite frankly, the best of the best. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a scoring record broken in this year's competition.
You look at Mitchell. There are a few players ahead of him in the voting, but if he holds on to his spot at number 5 on that list, he'll have a place in the three-point contest waiting for him.
And if anything, I bet he moves up the list. I mean, how could you not have this fella taking part in this contest? He'll be there.
And it's going to be an exciting showcase this year. Some incredible shooters, that's for certain. We'll keep you updated as we find out more.
Yeah, I think we're in for a real treat. I think the increased importance of the three-point shot in today's game has really shined a light on the talent, precision, and really the wow factor of how these guys can drill the long ball.
And the Celtics making a change here. Hauser's checked in. Second half of play with just under 2.5 minutes gone. Mitchell passes to Okoro. Garland looking it over. That's good. Basket number 5 on a 5-for-8 night shooting.
Well, this guy flat out carrying the load for them offensively. He is taking and making good shots. What a terrific job.
Porzingis sets the pick for Tatum. Tatum from 3.
What a weapon the 3 has become for Jayson Tatum. Look out.
Outside Garland. Nice D from Porzingis. Celtics trail by 8. GA, you look how Garland can create for himself. Very good off the catch or the bounce.
So deadly off of those high pick and rolls because he can dribble into that 3. A playmaker that can do that is a headache. Garland knows how to create that space and get his look.
Tatum no good. Cleveland leading by 8. Here's Garland. That one falls through. It's his 6th make from the floor this game. Now 6 for 10.
Boy, it seems like every shot he puts up, it's going in. This guy is hot. Hot.
Tatum with the screen on Mitchell. And here's Brown outside. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. Brown's got 9.
Now, Jaylen Brown is now so legit from deep court. You better make sure you're contesting that free ball. That's how good he is.
A different look now for Cleveland. Hunter's checked in for Jared Allen. Max Strus comes in for Okoro. And it's Ty Jerome in for Garland. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
And now we get a chance to check in on Evan Mobley. He's been dominant over the last month. He's right around 17 points a night, 13 rebounds, and 5 assists. And he's a great presence on the glass. He'll battle inside for every rebound.
He's certainly not afraid to mix it up. When bodies are around or flying, he's usually at the point of it.
Now here's Brown. 9 points in the game so far. Here's Davison. Hunter grabs the miss. And here's Hunter. He'll bring it up for the Cavaliers. Here's Strus. And good. Got the Ingles that time as it falls. Strus has got the lead up to 11 now for the Cavs. Up top, Brown. Covered by Mitchell. Mobley with the block.
That's a big-time send-back by Evan Mobley. That length is real, folks. Look out.
From outside the arc. That's good for Mitchell on the assist by Hunter. Hunter's got 3 assists tonight.
And with the lead, I like the strategy here. Continue to get the ball to guys who can do something with it.
One thing we've learned in the NBA, the game is never over. So you've got to continue to score, continue to build your lead.
Horford, no luck. It's Strus on the wing.
O da gitsin.
And no good on the last second attempt this time. And so it's Cleveland, sitting with a comfortable lead up by 14. Defensively, they...
Ya ben bir anda mallaştım ya...
And while we can now, let's take a look at today's State Farm assist of the game.
Kimse atamayacak. Adam bir sakatlandı, takım da gitti.
You're the beneficiary of a pass that good. You better deliver, and he did just that.
Peterson.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that to this point has not been an evenly fought contest. They've got Garland, Isaac Okoro out there with DeAndre Hunter. Then there's Tristan Thompson, and it's Jerome, and it's shooting guard. That's the 5 for Cleveland right now. Pass to Okoro. Now, here's Garland. The tray. Rebounded by Hauser. Tatum deciding where to go with it. Here's Hauser. 5 on the clock. Hit by Horford. Takes the 3. Hauser misses. The Cavaliers leading by 14. Here's Tyson. Uses the glass to finish the lane. Tyson's got the first points up on the board here in the 4th for Cleveland. Boston shooting about 33%. Not happy with their play on that end. We're just over a minute into this final quarter of play. There's the pick. And here's Tatum for 3. Kept alive. Pass to Davison. Outside Tatum. 6 on the shot clock. Fires the 3. Buries it from 3-point range.
Just tremendous understanding and fundamental basketball by Jayson Tatum in pick-and-roll action. Beautiful.
And Kenny Atkinson calls timeout. He's not taking any chances and wants to huddle him up right away.
Hey guys, I was able to catch Kenny Atkinson's message to his team. While the team is up, coach doesn't want his team to let up. He told the team to finish this game. Do not think this will be easy. We've seen comebacks before. Kevin, back to you.
Thank you, David. Here's Mitchell. That drops, and it comes off an assist from Garland. And it's 8 points for Donovan Mitchell.
There is a level of physicality, and the frame of Donovan Mitchell allows him to finish through contact.
Porzingis sets the pick for Tatum. Shoots the 3. Make it 5 for 10 with him in that bucket.
Wow, he looks like a completely different player in this half. He's found his rhythm.
The Cavaliers leading by 12. There's Garland, and Cleveland again with the bucket.
Yeah, 3 consecutive field goals have come right at the rim. The D had better start buckling down.
Pass to Mitchell. Drops in the layup for 2. Mitchell's got 4 points in the quarter. And a breakdown here, guys. The hustle stats for the Cavaliers.
They have been a wrecking ball defensively, coming up with steals, being active with their hands, and just doing a terrific job of disrupting the rhythm.
And they've also been scoring on the break with how difficult it is to get buckets in the half court. Anytime you can push the ball in transition for easy ones, that's big time.
And the next one puts them in the bonus.
Here's Garland. Wound up there for Allen, and Allen slams it in.
Bu artık yani bizi gömdü yani.
Mitchell against Holiday. Porzingis with a screen on Mitchell. Holiday with the three. Mobley with the rebound. Mobley's got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight. Garland kicks to Mobley. Cleveland moving the ball around. Porzingis against Mitchell. 5 to shoot. Lets it go with the three. That drops, and it comes off an assist from Garland. Mitchell's got 10 points in just the second half.
Yes, and with this one winding down, it's obvious to everyone who watched it. Just a total mismatch and a true show of strength for Cleveland.
You don't see this kind of a blowout often, but tonight this is a quality win across the board to deliver out this kind of punishment.
They definitely never changed the approach. They just kept after it and showed they were clearly the better team in just about every single category.
And it'll advance their win total up to 12 on the season.
And they're able to even the score of this series at a game apiece. Still 2 more to go in the season series.
And one of the key components to this victory, if not the biggest, was the incredible performance for Darius Garland.
This guy putting on a passing clinic. If you want to know how to run an offense, roll back the tape from this evening.
It's 9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Outside Tatum. To end the drought, Jared Allen grabs the miss. Way break, they're sharing the ball tonight, mesmerizing.
Everyone's getting to touch it and everyone's contributing.
Yani ben de kötü oynadım. Takım da ayrıyetten kötüleşti.
And here is Garland. So we see the Cavaliers.
Başta hezimet oldu. Hadi bir tane süperstar da. All-Star'lar atlandık yani. Üçlük atamayınca olmuyor işte. Maçta üçlük kilit bu. Adamlar atıp sen atamadığında sadece ikilik atmak yetmiyor. Çünkü ikiliyi de kaçırdığında hiç atamamışsın.
And now we present
Canlı bir örneği işte bunlar. Evet. Son 3 maçımız lose. Bugünü bitiriyorum artık. Yarın 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maç. Yarın 5 maç evdeyiz. Sonra Chicago'da yine deplasmandayız. Bu televizyon işareti ne acaba? Onu bilmiyorum. Evet. Sevgili dostlar, teşekkür ediyorum eşlik ettiğiniz için. Yazan yazmayan herkese teşekkürler. Sağ olun, var olun. Çok uzatmayacağım. Zaten saat geç oldu. Hepinize hayırlı geceler diliyorum. Bir aksilik çıkmazsa yarın yine devam edeceğim zaten. Ama şimdilik kendinize çok iyi bakın. NBA 2K25 tüm hızıyla devam ediyor efendim. Sağlıcakla kalın. Hoşça kalın.